Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The distinguished Rector of IKIP Siliwangi, Professor Dr. Haja Ais Eti Rohayati MPD, Vice Rectors, Professor Dr. Wahyu Hidayat MPD, Ibu Dr. Haja Wikaningsi MPD, Bapak Dr. Insinyur Haji Agus Hasbinur MPD, Director of Postgraduate Studies, Professor Dr. Haja Heris Hendriana MPD, Dean of Language Education Faculty, Dr. Haja Teti Sobari MPD, Head of English Education Study Program, Bapak Acep Haryudin MPD, the honorable keynote speakers, Pak Dr. Willy Aranindya from National Institute of Education Singapore, Ramijon Satlikova PhD from Webster University, Tashkent, Uzbekistan, Unakim MA from Doctor Student in Applied Linguistics, Georgetown University, United States, Basikin PhD from Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Indonesia, Beata Mereka Jakubowska from IEC Group, Holland. And the distinguished deans, head of the study program, head of the units, lecturers of IKIP Siliwangi, the dearest parallel presenters from 13 universities all across Indonesia, participants and all committee, welcome to the 4th International Language Education Conference, ILEC 2024, held by English Education Study Program of IKIP Siliwangi. My name is Nandi Shahrizal, and this is an honor for me to take part and lead you during the opening and the panel session of this webinar. Well, ladies and gentlemen, in this webinar, we have a very interesting theme that reflects the dynamicity of current research trend in our language education and language studies in general. And the theme of today's webinar is revolutionizing language learning in the 5.0 era. And I believe that both of parallel and panel presenters have already prepared a very interesting topic that related to this theme. Well, ladies and gentlemen, to start the opening session, let us all sing Lagu Kebangsaan Indonesia Raya, followed by Hymn of IKIP Siliwangi.
Siliwangi.
gentlemen. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is the prayer. Now, I would like to invite Ibu Rasi Yugaviati MPD to lead the prayer.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, let us bow our head for a moment, pray to God, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, so that our international conference can be precious to all of us. I will lead this prayer based on the teaching of Islam, so thus for not-Muslims, you are pleased to pray according to each of your beliefs. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin, hamda yuwafi ni'amahu wa yukafi'u mazidah, ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa azim sultanik. Allahumma inna nas'aluka salamatan fid din, wa afiatan fil jasad, wa jadatan fil ilmi, wa barakatan fil rizqi, wa taubatan qabla al-maut, wa rahmatan 'inda al-maut, wa maghfiratan ba'da al-maut. Allahumma ighfir lana wa liwalidayna wa lil muslimina wal muslimat wal mu'minina wal mu'minat al ahya'i minhum wal amwat innaka sami'un qaribun mujibu da'wat ya qadhiyal hajat. Oh Allah, today, Wednesday, December 11, 2024, we gather here in this screen to bring about an International Language Education Conference 2024. The theme is Revolutioning Language Learning in the 5.1 era. Make this international conference as a useful science assembly, as a medium of sharing useful ideas, knowledge and experience of scholars, researchers, and students of various disciplines. May the international conference we organize today benefit to our lives, broaden our knowledge, shine our ideas, and leads us to be successful, productive persons, which in turn will boost dignity of our nation. Allah, guide and bless our hearts and our mind. Please, with the light of your guidance, impart your supreme wisdom upon our activities. Help us to speak our minds clearly. Help us to listen to each other. Help us to respect each other, to love each other, so that we are included to be the blessed person. Oh Allah, protect us from unintended temptations. Show us the right path and give us knowledge and strength to perform good things equally. Show us and make it clear the bad things and give us knowledge and strength to avoid them. Oh Allah, you are the one who can fulfill our dua. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzaban nar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun 'alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Amin. Amin ya Allah ya rabbal alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Thank you very much for the prayer. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we're moving on to the next agenda, I would like to make sure that everyone here are in the very, very beautiful spirits. So can you please share to me a positive reactions in your Zoom application to see that how is your feeling today? So I wish I can have a love signs. I wish I can have a star sign, or I wish I can have another signs from all the participants. So maybe other participants maybe can share your feeling in the Zoom using a Zoom reactions. Yep. Well, thank you very much. We have Tita Octavia who shared a lot of feeling this morning. So maybe the other participants also can share their feeling. Oh, we have also from Yuzan as a participants. And then the other individual who share the feeling. Thank you very much. We have Weeby also. Thank you very much. Hope that everyone here in the very good spirits and ready to embrace new information from our speaker in both panel and para presenters. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is the speeches. We're going to have several speeches during this part. So for the first speech will be delivered by the chief of the committee. For that, I would like to invite Bapak Mukman MPD.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellency, Director of IKIP Siliwangi, Professor Dr. Hajah Ais Eti Rohaiti MPD, Respectable, the Dean of Language and Education Faculty, Dr. Hajah Teti Sobari MPD. I'd also like to convey my gratitude towards Mr. Acep Haryudin, MPD, the Head of English Education Study Program. Honorable all keynote speakers in this conference, Rima John Sotliv Kopa from Webster University, Uzbekistan, Anna Kim from Georgetown University, USA, Beta Mireka Jakubowska, IEC Group, Poland, Dr. Willy Arenandia from National Institute of Education, Singapore, Basikin from State University of Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All praise to Allah, the Almighty, for giving us His blessing and chance to gather online on this happy occasion. It is my great pleasure to welcome all of you to this international conference on revolutionizing language learning in the 5.0 era. As the chairpersons of this seminar, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all of you who have taken the time and effort to join us here today. This event serves as a testament to our shared commitment to advancing the field of language learning in an era defined by rapid technological advancement and interconnectedness. The 5.0 era presents us with both unprecedented challenges and remarkable opportunities, as we witness the seamless integration of artificial intelligence, big data, and personalized learning into our educational system. We are called upon to innovate, adapt, and rethink how we teach and learn language. This seminar is designed to be a platform for a dialogue, collaboration, and inspiration as we explore strategies and solutions to navigate this transformative period. I would like to extend my deepest appreciation to our distinguished speakers who have graciously agreed to share their insights, expertise, and groundbreaking research with us today. Your contributions are invaluable in shaping the future of language education. To all participants, I encourage you to actively engage in this discussion, exchange ideas, and build network that will drive meaningful progress in this field. Let's make the most of this opportunity to learn from one another and to collectively revolutionize language learning for a generation to come. Once again, thank you for being part of this significant event. May today's seminar inspire us to embrace innovation and collaboration as we pave the way for a brighter future in language education. Thank you, and let's have a fruitful and inspiring day ahead. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Gentlemen, that was a speech from Pamoman. Thank you very much, Umar, for the speech. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next speech will be delivered by the head of English Education Study Program, Bapak Acep Haryudin, MPD.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Your Excellency, Rector of IKIP Siliwangi, Professor Dr. Haja Iskati Rohati, MPD, all Vice Rector, Dr. Haja Wikanengsi, MPD, Professor Dr. Wahyu Hidayat, MPD, Dr. Haji Agus Hasbinur, MPD, the Dean of Language Education, Dr. Haja Teri Sobari, MPD, the Head of International Seminar, Mr. Mukman, MPD, all esteemed committee members, all distinguished speakers, and all respected audiences. Ladies and gentlemen, all praises be to Allah, who has been giving us blessing and mercies so we can attend this international seminar of English Education Study Program in a good condition. May salawat and salam are always given to Prophet Muhammad SAW, who has taught us respectively in order to attain happy and prosperous life in this world and hereafter. It is an immense privilege and joy to stand before such assembly of brilliant minds gathered here today. This international seminar represents a beacon of intellectual exchange and global collaboration, where we have the unique opportunity to engage in thought-provoking discussion and share insight that transcend borders and disciplines. Your presence underscores the importance of fostering international dialogues and collective learning, which are essential for addressing the complex challenges of our time. As we embark on today's journey of knowledge sharing, let us remember that each of us brings a unique perspective that enriches the discourse and deepens our understanding. May this international seminar inspire us to pursue stronger connection and inspire groundbreaking ideas that pave the way for innovative solutions in our respective fields. I express my deepest gratitude to everyone who has contributed to making this event possible, and I look forward to the fruitful exchange that lie ahead. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
gentlemen, I would like to also thank you to Pak Acep Haridin for delivering the speech. Well, now we're moving on to the third speech. The speech will be delivered by the Dean of Language Education Faculty, Ibu Dr. Hajah Teti Sobari, MPD.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All praise to Allah, the Almighty, for giving us His blessing and the chance together online on this happy occasion. The Excellency, Director of IKIP Siliwangi, Professor Dr. Hajah Ais Eti Rohaiti MPD, the Honorable all keynote speaker in this conference, Rima John Sotlikova from Webster University, Yunea Kim from Geston University, Beta Mireka Jokubowska from ILEC Group Poland, Dr. Willy Rinandia from National Institute of Education Singapore, and Basikin MED from Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Distinguished guest presenter and participant, it is my great pleasure to welcome all of you to this international conference on revolutionizing language learning in the 5.0 era. First, I want to thank each of you for being here today. Your presence shows your passion for language education and your interest. This is the future of learning. As the Dean of the Faculty of Language Education, I am very proud to host this special event. We are now in the 5.0 era, a time when technology is changing the way we live, work, and learn. For language education, this is an exciting opportunity with tools like artificial intelligence, virtual reality, and online platform. We can help students learning new and better ways. This conference is an important moment to share ideas, discuss challenges, and a solution. We will hear from experts, researchers, and teachers who are leading the way in revolutionizing language learning. I believe that knowledge and experience will inspire also think bigger and do more. I also hope that this conference will strengthen connection between us. Together we can build a strong network to support each other in improving language education, especially English language education for the future. Once again, welcome to this conference. I hope you enjoy the session, meet new people, and live with new ideas to bring to your classroom, institution, or research. Thank you, and let us begin this exciting journey together. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Ibu, for the speech. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to welcome Ibu Professor Dr. Hajah Ais Eti Rohaiti MPD as the Rector of IKIP Siliwangi, who are going to deliver a welcoming speech and officially open this 4th International Language Education Conference.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The honorable all keynote speakers in this conference, Remajon Sadlikova from Webster University, Uzbekistan, Kim from Georgetown University, Beata Mireka Jakubowska from EAC Group Polandia, Dr. Willy Arenandia from National Institute of Education Singapore, and Basikit from Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. The Honorable, the Vice Rectors of IKIP Siliwangi, Dean, Faculty of Education, the Head of English Language Education Study Program, the presenters who will present their paper from other universities and IKIP Siliwangi, and their all participants. First of all, let's say thanks to Allah who has been giving us guidance, happiness, healthy, and mercy, so we can attend and participate in this event without any obstacles. As an innovative campus, IKIP Siliwangi always supports all departments to improve their qualities and also encourage them to have programs that build academic atmosphere such as this webinar. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our international conference on revolutionizing language learning in the 5.0 era. It is a great honor to stand here today, and I am very happy to welcome all of you to this important event. Thank you for coming. Your presence here shows how important this topic is to all of us. We are living in exciting times. The 5.0 era brings big changes to the world thanks to advanced technology. Language learning is also changing. New tools like artificial intelligence, virtual reality, and digital platforms are helping students learn in faster and better ways. These tools make learning more interesting and more personal for everyone. This conference gives us a great chance to talk, share, and learn from each other. It is a place where experts, teachers, and researchers can discuss how to use these new tools to improve language learning for all. I hope this event will inspire all of us to think of new ideas, ask new questions, and work together. Let us make this conference a time of learning, sharing, and growing together. By saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, the fourth International Language Education Conference of English Education Study Program entitled Revolutionizing Language Learning in the 5.0 Era, I officially open. Thank you very much. May you get fruitful knowledge from this webinar. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, thank you very much, Ibu. Your speech really inspired us, and hopefully all the events run well. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we're moving to the second part of the event, the panel session of the fourth International Language Education Conference 2024. I request you to give me applause from your Zoom reactions, so indicating that everyone ready for our second sessions of this event. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this first panel session will be led by me also as moderators. Well, Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, in these first sessions, we're going to have a very amazing speaker. We're going to have Bapak Dr. Willy Ranundia from National Institute of Education, Singapore. Good morning, Pak Willy.
Morning, Pak. How are you?
I'm doing great. So how are you? So you're good?
Good. Yes.
Right. Of course, we would like to say thank you very much for making your time to take part in this webinar.
Pleasure.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we got started, please allow me to read a short bio or give you a little information about our first panel speaker. Well, Dr. Willy Ranindya is a language teacher educator with extensive teaching experience in Asia. He currently teaches language education courses in Singapore, including at an IENTU SUSSN RELC. He's also a visiting or adjunct professor at Chulalongkorn University, Thailand, and Wuhan University, China. He has given numerous keynote presentations at the international ELT conferences and has published extensively in the area of second language educations. His publications include Language Teaching Methodology, an anthology of Current Practice, 2002, published by Cambridge University Press, Student-Centered Cooperative Learning in 2019, published by Springer International, and he maintains a law teacher professional development from a forum called the Teachers Voices. So it's a very interesting background, and I believe that Pak Willy will share us a very interesting topic this morning. Before that, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite you, if you have questions, you can drop a question in the chat box. Later, I will try to read it to Pak Willy. And also, if you want to have direct questions, please raise your hand and I will call upon you to deliver questions. Well, this presentation will take for around 45 minutes, including Q&A. And for that, Pak Willy, please allow me also to remind you during the session.
Yeah.
I think that without further ado, so ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first session. And Pak Willy, I handed you over the microphone and the screen.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Patrice. It's a big honor for me to be here. I can relate to all of you very well. I studied at an IKIP in Yogyakarta, same city as Pak Basikin. Hello, Pak Basikin. Pak Basikin is from UNY, but back then it was IKIP Yogyakarta. And I studied at IKTA Dharma, also Yogyakarta. I am now teaching in a university, and the big university is called Nanyang Technological University. But I belong to the IKIP within the university, and locally, within the university, my faculty of education is known locally as the National Institute of Education. So I graduated from an IKIP, and I studied, English language education, and I'm currently also working in an IKIP in Singapore. What is interesting is that the IKIP in Singapore is number one.
Very interesting.
Number one, yes, in Singapore. Alasannya karena the IKIP in Singapore hanya satu. This is the only IKIP in Singapore. So this is the only one, and this is the best IKIP in Singapore. And that means if you want to become a teacher in Singapore, if you want to join the civil service as a teacher in Singapore, you have to come to my university. You have to study at the School of Education in order to get your qualification. Bapak Ibu, terima kasih sekali lagi. And the topic of my presentation is about technology. And I'm going to connect technology with what we are doing as a language teacher, as a language student. Yeah. And my focus is on how technology can be utilized optimally to support language learning, to support language teaching. And the final goal, at least to me, is how technology can be used to help develop your students' English language proficiency up to maybe C1 or even C2 on the CFR scale. Okay. The most important point that I want to get across to you, that I want to share with you, is this. Yeah. And I'm going to read this very slowly so that you remember throughout my presentation. My main argument is that when you use technology, I think the most important thing for you is to remember what pedagogical approaches, what pedagogical practices you will be adopting. Technology is a tool. Technology is not going to replace teachers, but people who know, who have a very strong background, who have a very strong knowledge about pedagogy and use technology for teaching are likely to be replacing you in the future. So technology is not going to replace you, but people who know how to use technology. The key word here is how to use technology to support education, to support learning in the classroom. That is, to me, more important than the technology itself. Yeah. So remember, the key point that I want to share with you is pedagogy first and technology second. Okay, let me now get started. I've been working in this area for many, many years. And when I meet teachers, I always ask questions like this one. And I would like you to respond to the questions, the kind of questions that I ask teachers generally about technology. I think you can nod your head or you can shake your head if you want to, yeah, as a yes or no answer to my questions. Can we teach without technology? Yes, no? The answer is either yes or no. It depends, yeah? You can use technology, or in some places where technology is not available, I think you can continue to teach without technology. More important question is this one. Can technology make your lesson more interesting? Yes, no? Nod your head, shake your head. Yes.
In the chat box, we have people like saying yes, 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 yes.
Very good.
Yes.
Okay, very good. I like that. Yes. Number three. Number three is even more interesting. Can technology make good teaching better? Or can technology make good teachers do a better job? The answer is probably yes.
Most of them also say yes.
Yes, because the starting point is this. If you're a good teacher, using technology is just a matter of knowing, a number of technological tools that you can use as a basis for your teaching. So your pedagogical practices will continue to be the same, adapting it to the needs of certain pedagogical tools. But a good teacher is a good teacher, with or without technology. And hopefully with technology, you will become even more effective as a teacher. The next question, you need to respond to this question very carefully. Can technology make bad teaching better?
Oh, this one is tricky. Very challenging questions. That's very interesting.
Yeah, the answer is probably no. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, if anything, technology will make bad teaching even worse, malah lebih parah begitu. Yeah, so bad teaching, technology is not the solution to, somebody who has very little knowledge about pedagogical approaches that can be used to engage students in the classroom. The last question is what I am very, very interested in. Can technology improve language proficiency? Remember, Bapak, Ibu, adik-adik, mahasiswa, if you're a language student, if you're a language teacher, your most important goal is for you, if you're a student, to get to a higher level of English language proficiency. And if you're a teacher, you want to be a model of fluent, speakers of English. And you have to be able to show to your students that your level of proficiency kira-kira C1 gitu nggih Pak Basikin nggih? C1 atau C2 ngoten nggih? Itu bahasa Jawa.
Yes.
Nggih Pak nggih?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Ya, untuk dosen, untuk guru
C1,
bahasa Inggris
C2.
mestinya C1 atau C2. Untuk mahasiswa, for students, at least you should be able to get up to B2. B2.
B2.
Yeah, B2. Now, technology can be a very, very useful tool in supporting your effort to become good, fluent speakers in the English language. Okay, in the past few years, I think we have seen a lot of discussions, even newspapers and people on the street reporting, talking about the magic of technology, how technology can change the way we do things in the classroom, how technology can transform language learning, can enhance language learning, and can support language learning. Yeah. But again, to me, these are very, very general. These are very general terminology. I don't really know what it means by transforming language learning. Yeah. But to me, what is important is whether and to what extent technology can actually help. I want to know if there is enough empirical evidence. Apakah ada bukti-bukti dari hasil penelitian yang menunjukkan that shows that technology actually can improve the quality of learning in the classroom. And because of that, I want to share with you one empirical research study. Now, this study is very interesting to me. It was done in China. And as you know, China is very much like Indonesia in terms of the quality, in terms of the proficiency of students learning English in China. English is a foreign language in China. Tidak banyak yang memakai bahasa Inggris di kelas maupun di luar kelas. The same thing in Indonesia. Yeah. So this study to me is very interesting. Pertanyaannya adalah, the research question adalah, is the more technology, the better? Apakah memakai teknologi itu bisa meningkatkan kualitas dari interaksi proses belajar mengajar yang ada di dalam kelas? Whether the students speak more English, whether the teachers are more efficient, more effective in engaging the students in the classroom. Yeah, interaction is something that we see happening in the classroom, and we can check the quality of the interaction that happens in the classroom. Konteksnya seperti ini nih. I think you can relate to this. The study was done in a number of primary schools in rural China. Rural itu daerah pedesaan ya. Tapi kalau yang namanya di China, rural itu gede banget gitu loh. It's more like a big town begitu. Nggak ada yang kecil di China. Everything is big. I think the researchers were interested in examining two groups of teachers. One group of teachers using a lot of technology, and the other group of teachers do not use as much technology. And the dependent variables, the variables of interest for the researchers is the patterns of classroom interactions that happen in the classroom. Teacher talk, student-teacher interaction, student-student interaction, discussion that happens in the classroom. Yeah. Okay. The results, what do you think the results are likely to be, Pak Tris? What to be? Apakah guru-guru yang memakai teknologi itu kemudian kualitas proses belajar mengajarnya menjadi meningkat begitu? Pak Tris? Yes? No? The result?
The result? Yeah.
Yes, interesting. The results, whether the results are different or similar, it's similar, tidak ada bedanya.
Okay.
Ya, sami mawon Pak, dari bahasa Pak Basikin itu sami mawon. Jadi guru yang memakai teknologi banyak sekali maupun guru yang tidak banyak memakai teknologi itu interaksi yang terjadi dalam kelas itu kok mirip-mirip sama-sama begitu loh. Number one, kemiripannya. In both classes, there's very minimal use of English in the classroom. Ya, yang namanya belajar bahasa Inggris ya harus banyaklah dipakai bahasa Inggris oleh guru maupun oleh mahasiswa. But that is not happening. Terus yang kedua, the kind of questions that teachers and students exchange and ask also very low-level questions. Misalnya, sekarang ini jam berapa? Katakanlah jam 10 begitu ya. Pertanyaan dari guru adalah, what time is it now? It's a very obvious question, low-level kind of questions, the kind of questions that do not require a lot of thinking from the student's perspective. Terus kemudian yang terakhir, feedback is a very important part of teaching and learning. Yeah. Again, in both classes, there's very little corrective feedback that happens in the class. And that means that very often teachers just ignore the language that the students use in the classroom. Ada yang salah ya dibiarin aja begitu. Ada yang benar juga dibiarin aja begitu. So for both classes, the situation is quite the same. Kira-kira sebabnya apa ini ya? If you remember the big, main point that I'm trying to get across to you, technology does not make a difference if your pedagogical approaches do not change. Kayaknya alasannya itu. So technology alone is not going to make any major or important differences in the classroom. Yang kedua, ini juga sebuah data yang sangat menarik bagi saya. This one is much bigger. The authors beberapa penulis itu ya, they are interested in finding out whether technologies, different types of technologies that people use in the classroom can actually improve foreign language learning. Foreign language learning ini bisa Japanese, bisa English, bisa any other languages. Yeah, here's the context of the study. Now, this one is very interesting to me because the researchers melihat kembali, meneliti kembali, menyarikan kembali, mensintesakan sekitar 350 empirical studies yang melibatkan pemakaian teknologi dalam kelas, begitu. And they have one question in mind. Apakah ada bukti-bukti empiris? Is there evidence to say that technology actually improve students' proficiency in whatever language that they are learning? Okay? Pak Abbas? Hasilnya Pak Abbas kira-kira? Yes, no, maybe, atau tidak ada?
I think there are.
Ini hasilnya seperti ini, Bapak Ibu sekalian. Ini menarik sekali ini, ya. Maka kalau if you are interested in researching technology, there is a lot of gaps there. There's a lot of opportunities for you to examine. Dari sekian banyak penelitian itu, the overall impact, dampaknya terhadap proses belajar mengajar dalam meningkatkan proficiency itu sangat-sangat terbatas, kecil sekali. The impact is very small. Yeah, the strongest impact is in the area of pronunciation. Ya, Mbak Risa, Ibu Risa, if you want to improve on your pronunciation, technology might be the answer for you.
Yeah.
Mbak May Gita Dian Utami, if you want to improve on your pronunciation, technology is the answer for you. And we'll explore later why technology has positive and important impact on proficiency, on pronunciation. But not in any other areas of language learning. Tidak. Hanya pada pronunciation. Yang terakhir adalah, this is very interesting, technology can increase, I'm going to say this slowly, technology can increase the amount of language use. Ini satu hal yang penting sekali. Biasanya di kelas yang face-to-face itu mahasiswa atau siswa itu tidak mau berpartisipasi secara lisan dalam kelas. But technology can help because with technology you can hide behind the screen and you can produce a lot more language in the process. But the impact on speaking skills, the impact on reading skills, the impact on writing skills is non-existent. Hampir tidak ada. Yeah, again, this is good news actually. Karena ini kesempatan bagi mahasiswa maupun dosen, mahasiswa S1, S2 untuk meneliti apakah sejauh mana teknologi itu membawa positif untuk proses belajar mengajar bahasa Inggris. Okay, so this is the question that I'll be addressing throughout my presentation. Can technology improve language proficiency? Ya, dari data yang saya paparkan tadi, 2 data, begitu ya. Kira-kira jawabannya sementara ini. Ya, provisional answer to the question of whether technology can improve proficiency, silakan dijawab. Yes, no, atau maybe.
Yeah, some of them say yes, some of them say maybe, none of them say no, none of them say no.
Yes.
Only yes and maybe, only yes and maybe.
Yes. Okay, at this point, I think we can say that we don't know. We don't know very much. But having said that, it doesn't mean that we should not be using technology. We should. Technology is an important part of our life. And technology is an important part of our teaching as well. Ya, Bapak Ibu, saya mengundang Bapak Ibu sekalian mengajak untuk memperhatikan bersama dengan saya to discuss these 3 ideas about how technology has been used or should be used or will have to be used in the future. Yang pertama adalah memakai teknologi tanpa mengubah teknik strategi belajar mengajarnya dalam kelas. Ya, using technology tapi cara mengajarnya sama begitu loh. Yang kedua adalah you use technology for language teaching, but your use of technology is supported by a good set of general educational pedagogical practices. Yang terakhir, yang paling penting ini untuk hari ini adalah yang terakhir ini. How technology or the use of technology must be or should be supported, harus didukung, dilandasi oleh teori-teori proses belajar mengajar bahasa. Yang ketiga itu bahasa ya. Yang kedua itu umum sekali sifatnya. Any kind of teaching. Oke? Let's begin with the first one. Yang pertama mudah sekali. The first one is this. You use technology. Kenapa? Karena because you have to. But you are not really thinking. You are not really making any important changes to your teaching approaches, to your teaching methods. Sama semuanya. Ini sering disebut sebagai you use technology as a simple substitute, hanya sebagai pengganti semata. Kalau dulu pakai kertas yang dibagikan ke siswa, sekarang pakai apa itu namanya online materials. Itu kan nggak ada bedanya sebetulnya. Yang dulu pakai komunikasi mungkin pakai telepon atau pakai lisan begitu, sekarang pakai WhatsApp atau pakai Facebook atau pakai Google Forms. Kalau dulu grammar itu dikoreksi, kesalahan grammar itu the teacher's job is to correct students' grammar, but now you can use tools that are available out there to correct students' mistakes. But the pedagogical approaches are still the same, nggak ada bedanya. Gitu. Yang dulu bacaan-bacaan itu berupa print materials, now you're using digital text. Lebih mudah, lebih murah, nggak sulit untuk dibagikan kepada mahasiswa. Nah, pertanyaannya adalah ini. Kalau dibandingkan e-books dengan printed books, mana yang lebih banyak membantu mahasiswa untuk memahami bacaan? Ini pertanyaan yang sudah ditanyakan dan ada landasan teori dan juga ada landasan empirisnya, sudah diteliti masalah ini. Apakah siswa, students who read printed books, do they learn a lot more, they understand a lot more compared to when they read digital books? Your thought on this matter, Mbak Megita? Ini pertanyaan yang harus dijawab oleh kita semua nih. Which one results in deeper comprehension?
I think there's diverse answers there. Some of them say printed books, definitely printed books. Some of them say no, ebooks, but say ebook printer. So I think this is like a 50-50.
Yes, I think there'll be a lot of studies in this area, examining whether the medium of reading is important, whether the medium of reading makes a difference in terms of students' comprehension. Up to now, my understanding is that for serious reading, for academic reading, untuk bacaan-bacaan yang berkaitan dengan pelajaran di sekolah, itu print book is better. Tapi untuk bacaan-bacaan ringan for, reading for recreation, reading for pleasure, it doesn't make a difference whether you are reading printed or non-printed books. I think that's what we know right now at the moment from research that I have seen. Untuk membaca sebuah buku yang berkaitan dengan hal-hal yang bersifat akademis, itu printed books katanya up to now itu lebih bermanfaat dibanding membaca buku yang online. And there are many reasons for that. I'll explore that a bit later. Okay, ini another example of simple substitution. Bapak Ibu sekalian, silahkan memperhatikan bersama dengan saya. Simple substitution. In the past, dulu memakai papan tulis atau whiteboard menjelaskan apa itu yang dinamakan subjunctive clause dalam bahasa grammar bahasa Inggris. Nah, sekarang pakai teknologi seperti ini. Pakai PowerPoint lah dan sebagainya begitu. Nah, kalau hal ini masih dilakukan, that you spend a lot of time explaining, difficult grammatical features like the subjunctive clauses to your students, will that make a difference in terms of your students' ability to speak and to write in English? I doubt it. If you ask me, actually, I think we should not be spending a lot of time teaching subjunctive clauses or any other grammatical structures that are very, very complex, very difficult to learn. Tidak usah, tidak terlalu banyak mestinya begitu. So I think we need to have a better understanding of what kind of grammar is important and what kind of grammar should just be left alone for the students to learn on their own. Contoh lagi nih, kalau dulu dicetak pakai kertas begitu, sekarang sudah bisa ditaruh di internet agar siswa bisa menjawab dan langsung dikoreksi oleh aplikasi. Yeah, but that's not my point. My point is it useful? This kind of exercise, is this useful for your students? Silakan dijawab. Ini latihan-latihan seperti ini banyak luar biasa. Ya, some and any, kemudian latihan artikel an, and the, begitu ya. Banyak sekali. Kalimat pasif menjadi kalimat aktif dan sebagainya. Kalau dulu pakai kertas, sekarang pakai internet.
Yes.
Is it useful? I hope
Yep.
yes. I hope you understand that this is not useful.
Yeah. I think there's a little misconceptions. The audience mostly says this game is useful, but yeah, focus only to the games actually kayaknya Pak nih.
Yeah, useful in the sense that you can keep your students busy.
Yeah.
Are busy doing things. Tapi dampaknya terhadap proses belajar mengajar itu sangat-sangat sedikit, very little. Ini adalah satu hal yang ingin saya katakan. Unless you understand the nature, the process of language learning, I think you will continue using the same pedagogical approaches, whether you use technology or not. And the effect on language learning is likely to be very limited, very small. Okay? Jadi pertanyaan lagi ini yang sama ini, ya, memakai teknologi tanpa mengubah cara kita mengajar. Our approaches are the same, hanya sekarang dipakai teknologi. If that is what you do, silakan dijawab ini. Can technology improve proficiency? Yes, no, maybe.
Yeah, some of them say yes, but with question mark. Some of them say no, maybe, no.
Please say no. Yeah.
Yeah, most of them also says no, maybe.
Very good, very good. Yes, as long as the majority says no, then I'm very happy with that. Okay. The second part of my presentation is this. Ya, ini teknologi dipakai, tapi didasari oleh apa itu namanya prinsip-prinsip belajar. Prinsip-prinsip belajar yang sudah diyakini atau sudah diteliti, sudah mendapat endorsement dari para ahli di bidang pendidikan. Yeah, so the use of technology is informed by general educational principle. Saya membedakan antara general educational principles, prinsip-prinsip belajar pada umumnya.
Yes.
Matematika juga pakai prinsip ini, belajar ilmu sejarah juga sama, belajar social studies juga memakai prinsip ini. Ini prinsip yang across the board very useful, gitu ya. And I'm going to share with you 5 of them. Ada banyak sebetulnya, but I am going to share with you some of them yang ingin saya bagikan. Beberapa prinsip ini muncul juga di kurikulum Merdeka Belajar. Ini prinsip-prinsip umum ya, yang aplikasinya di berbagai proses belajar mengajar di sekolah, baik bahasa maupun non-bahasa. Yang pertama adalah personalized learning. Addressing the ability of teachers to address the different experiences, different abilities, different backgrounds of the students. Siswa kita itu tidak sama kok. Satu kelas itu ada 50 orang siswa, masing-masing punya aspirasi yang berbeda. Latar belakangnya berbeda. Kemampuannya juga berbeda. Tugas seorang guru adalah menerapkan sebisa mungkin, as much as possible, try to apply this idea by addressing, to some extent, the different needs of your students. Ini bahasa kerennya namanya adalah DI atau differentiated learning. At the end of my presentation, please ask me how we can do this in the classroom, and I will be happy to give you some examples. Yeah. So the teacher's job is not easy. If you teach using one single lesson and you are addressing everyone in the same way, then you have not done a good job in customizing, in personalizing your teaching in the classroom. Yang kedua adalah engaged learning. Ini suatu paradigma baru, nggak baru banget sih, paradigma yang mengatakan bahwa kalau siswa itu tidak terlibat secara penuh, engagement itu terlibat ya dalam proses belajar, I think nothing much is happening in the classroom. I say here 90-90 rule, and that says that if you are able to engage 90% of your students 90% of the time, then you can be sure that your students are learning a lot from you. So only a small number of students are off task. Most of them, all of them are on task. They know what they're doing. They know why they're doing it. And they can also tell you whether they have been successful or not successful in learning in a single lesson, in a single period, or over one semester, or over one whole year. Engagement. Bukan the teachers yang engaged, tapi the students are fully engaged. Yeah. They are making use of their feeling, they're making use of their thinking, they're making use of whatever resources that are available to learn the most from you. So engaged learning is another big principle. The next one is authentic learning. Ini juga satu hal yang ditekankan di kurikulum Merdeka Belajar. Poinnya adalah seringkali apa yang kita ajarkan di kelas, what we teach in the classroom itu nggak ada kaitannya begitu loh dengan apa yang diharapkan siswa mampu lakukan di luar kelas begitu. Ya, we are doing a lot of exercises misalnya dalam kelas bahasa, but these things have very little to do with what the students are expected to do in the classroom. Contoh klasik adalah tata bahasa. Tata bahasa itu terlalu banyak diajarkan dalam kelas. In real life, people do not need to know a lot of the grammatical structures in the English language. Tidak kok begitu. If you ask me some of the grammatical structures that you know, I will say, oh, I don't know. I've never heard of that grammatical structures. But I can speak very clearly, very fluently in order to express myself clearly when I communicate with other people. Feedback, I think that's another important thing. It's important in language learning. It's important in any other areas of learning as well. Bapak Ibu, mungkin saya mengajak Bapak Ibu melihat bahwa feedback ini sebetulnya bukan pekerjaan ekstra. Feedback ini adalah bagian dari proses mengajar. Mengajar pertama kali di kelas, when you first teach your students, itu kemungkinannya adalah they don't understand what you have just taught. Ataupun kalau sudah ada yang mengerti, itu pemahamannya cenderung untuk very partial, very small. And feedback is important because feedback is another opportunity for you to teach again what you have taught. Ini adalah prinsip belajar yang sangat-sangat penting. Seorang guru yang baik itu adalah seorang guru yang bisa memberikan feedback yang pas untuk siswanya yang begitu beragam. Yang terakhir adalah collaboration. Ini juga satu fitur karakteristik dari kurikulum Merdeka. Nanti Pak Basikin mungkin bisa you can pick it up on this idea, Pak Basikin. That kurikulum Merdeka menganjurkan, mengharuskan guru-guru untuk melibatkan siswa dalam proses belajar mengajar dengan berdiskusi, dengan berinteraksi dalam kelas. And my message to you, para calon guru ataupun yang sudah menjadi guru, I think you need to learn how to speak less. You need to learn how to speak less. Kurangi porsi kita berbicara dalam kelas. Kita terlalu banyak berbicara dalam kelas. Di beberapa hasil penelitian menunjukkan bahwa 80% itu most of the time it is the teachers who clarify things in the classroom.
Yes.
Dan siswanya tidak mendapat kesempatan untuk belajar bersama dengan guru. So these are the some of the as I said earlier on, these are some of the big principles that we have to remember when we use technology. Yeah.
Yep.
Ini akan sulit sekali. Another 10 minutes?
Yes, another 10 minutes. 12 minutes actually, but we need to keep a little bit of time for the Q&A.
Okay, very good. Jadi saya ulang lagi ini, kata kuncinya adalah pedagogy first, technology second, ya. Pedagogy first, technology second. Oke, kita sudah melihat beberapa prinsip-prinsip belajar yang sangat berguna untuk mengajar apapun. Ya, kalau itu yang kita terapkan untuk mengajar bahasa Inggris, apakah jawaban kita sekarang ini? Can
Okay.
technology improve proficiency? No, maybe.
Yeah,
Yes,
I think that they're still processing with the answer. That none of the participants answered it yet.
Ya.
Yeah.
Ini ingat ya, ini teori belajar umum, general educational principles, good principles. Apakah prinsip-prinsip ini cukup untuk dipakai bersama dengan teknologi untuk meningkatkan kemampuan berbahasa Inggris dari siswa-siswa kita? Let me just answer to this question. The answer is yes, Pat.
Yes, the answer is yes, Pak. So this one is say yes.
Yes, tapi ada but-nya gitu loh. But-nya
Yeah.
adalah ini nih. But-nya harus ini. Yes, tapi harus banyak berdoa begitu loh.
Very interesting, yes.
Karena itu prinsip belajar pada umumnya yang kita
Ya,
ajarkan di
betul,
kelas
betul, ya.
adalah belajar bahasa begitu loh. Jadi masih ada satu yang kurang nih. There's one thing that is still missing, and that is where I want to, engage you in a conversation. Using technology with ELT. ELT itu singkatan dari English Language Teaching ya. Jadi ini khusus prinsip-prinsip belajar bahasa. Tanpa ini nggak mungkin lah bisa dapat C1, nggak mungkin. Tanpa ini nggak mungkin bisa dapat C2, tidak mungkin. Karena teorinya jelas sekali. Ini teori belajar bahasa. Bahasa apapun ini. Bahasa Indonesia sama aja. Bahasa asing pun sama saja. So these principles will have to be there. Ini cepat saja. Ada 3 prinsip. There are 3 principles. Tiga-tiganya dimulai dengan huruf L. Jadi 3L begitu ya. Biar mudah diingat. Yang pertama namanya language input. Ini asupan bahasa. Asupan betul ya Pak ya? Pak Basikin, asupan itu input nggih Pak?
Yeah.
Ya, asupan itu masukan bahasa. Asupan bahasa, language input. Melalui listening and reading. Nggak ada cara lain. Listening and reading. Yang kedua adalah language processing. Ya, apa yang harus terjadi kalau kita menginginkan bahwa asupan itu terserap secara maksimal begitu, itu language processingnya. Seperti kalau kita makan begitu ya harus diproses sempurna sehingga menjadi bermanfaat begitu. Yang terakhir adalah memakai language use. Ya, very briefly, the first one is language input. Nah ini loh Bapak Ibu sekalian, teknologi itu salah satu alat yang begitu luar biasa, murah, tersedia sepanjang hari 24 jam. Dan input itu bisa diakses dengan begitu mudah. Ini saya bandingkan ya, zaman saya sekolah dulu di Sanata Dharma, yang namanya input itu sangat-sangat minim sekali, hanya ada di perpustakaan, itu pun jumlahnya sangat-sangat sedikit. Bahan bacaan dalam bahasa Inggris very minimal. Ya, video recording itu nggak ada, YouTube itu tidak ada begitu. Jadi for you to get sufficient input back then in the 70s is very, very difficult. But technology changed all that. Nah ini harus kita manfaatkan secara maksimal. Teorinya mengatakan input adalah fondasi, sine qua non to language development. No input, no learning. Yeah, little input, little learning. I think that is very easy for us to remember. Seorang anak yang tidak diberi asupan yang cukup yang bergizi, anak itu tidak akan tumbuh dengan baik. Sama seperti belajar bahasa. Ya.
Input.
Ya. So input is just a click away, very easy for you to get and very easy for your students to access as well. Dan sekarang itu kita begitu dimanjakan oleh ketersediaan bahan-bahan yang begitu interesting. Contoh ini dari TED, my favorite site. Ya, apapun bisa kita dapat dari sana. Nih, contoh banyak sekali nih. Ya. There are millions, hundreds of thousands of, freely available materials that you can use for you to learn to acquire the English language. Ini landasan akademisnya, landasan teorinya ini dari seorang profesor namanya Profesor Richard Day. Ini yang beliau katakan. Saya akan bacakan pelan-pelan ya. Good things happen to students who read a great deal. Read itu input ya, masukan. Read a great deal. Dan saya tambahkan who listen a great deal as well in the foreign language. Research studies show they become better, they become more confident readers. Tidak hanya itu, they write better, their ability to comprehend spoken language listening also become better, their ability to speak also becomes better, and their vocabularies also become richer. Jadi hampir semua yang kita butuhkan untuk belajar bahasa itu sudah ada dalam bacaan. Ya, so input is a key consideration. Ini contoh situs-situs yang menyediakan pelayanan gratis. You can listen to the stories here like 24 hours a day, all free for you to enjoy and for your students to enjoy as well. Ada juga situs yang dari Asia Foundation. Ini banyak sekali buku-buku seperti ini. There are lots of stories like this, free, seluruhnya bebas, gratis, bisa diakses secara gratis. Dan bahan-bahan bacaannya juga sangat-sangat menarik dari berbagai negara di Asia Tenggara atau di Asia pada umumnya. So very good reading, very relevant. Satu situs lagi ini untuk listening. For listening, you can go to ILLO. Ada ribuan ini bahan yang bisa diakses oleh siswa. Free, tidak bayar sama sekali ini. Ya, if you have money, if you don't want to have the trouble of finding resources, ini ada satu situs namanya X Reading, yang ini sayangnya berbayar, tidak gratis, karena buku-bukunya adalah buku-buku dari penerbit, copyrighted material, so you have to pay a little in order for you to access the materials. Kira-kira ada 2.000 bahan bacaan di sana yang bisa dibaca. You can read, you can listen at the same time. And it comes complete with learning management system, LMS, ya. Sehingga guru bisa memonitor apa yang dibaca oleh siswa. So that is input. The first L is language input. The second L itu language processing. Ingat ya, asupan itu harus diproses secara maksimal sehingga akhirnya menjadi sesuatu yang bermanfaat. Untuk proses belajar bahasa sama saja. So the theory says that input alone is not enough. Tidak cukup input itu. Input itu harus, supaya bisa diproses secara maksimal, makanan itu, language input will have to be easy, will have to be accessible. It should not be difficult. Kalau kita nonton TV, nonton film, dan itu sulit sekali dipahami, it's not going to help you in helping you with your language learning. Yang kedua, kontennya harus sangat-sangat menarik. Kalau kontennya tidak menarik, baca sebentar, 5 menit, sudah selesai. Tidak menarik sama sekali. So the content is very important because that is what gets you to continue reading, maybe for 1 hour, maybe for 2 hours, maybe for the whole night. Ya, seperti ini nih. So this is good language learning because the content is interesting and the language is accessible to the students. Ini beberapa contoh, ya, mahasiswa, siswa maupun tenaga pengajar dari berbagai negara di Asia yang they can take advantage, they have benefited, sudah menikmati mendapat asupan bahasa yang luar biasa baiknya, sehingga kemampuan berbahasa Inggris mereka juga luar biasa. Ya, yang dua terakhir itu adalah ibu-ibu dosen. Yang satu itu Ibu Mita. Pak Basikin kenal ya dengan Bu Mita. Mahasiswanya ya Pak ya. Yeah, she's your student. She speaks English very well.
Yeah.
Very very good. Levelnya C2 kalau tidak salah ini. Yang di bawah itu dosen dari Malang. Ibu
Mita itu bimbingan saya, Prof.
Bu Mita nggih?
S3-nya.
Ya, ya. Kirim salam nggih Pak nggih. Ibu Mita nggih. Ya itu bagus sekali. Karena waktu muda, waktu masih mahasiswa dulu, when she was a student, she spent a lot of time ngapain? Apakah belajar bahasa, tata bahasa? Enggak. She spent a lot of time watching movies. Dulu itu pakai TV ya, sekarang nggak pakai TV. Dulu itu watching movies on television. Dan bahasa Inggrisnya bagus, luar biasa. Gitu. Mungkin kita bertanya ya, Terus kalau membaca, mendengarkan itu apa yang kita dapat sebetulnya? Apa yang kita pelajari? Apakah kosakata kita meningkat? Apakah tata bahasa meningkat atau dua-duanya? Silakan dijawab ya. Vocabulary, grammar, or both? Jawabannya both gitu lah. Both.
Ya, jawabannya both.
Nah, both ini penting sekali nih. Teorinya mengatakan.
Yeah, Pak Willy, really sorry that we have still
Time
very
is up,
limited
ya.
time for the Q&A. Yes.
Yeah, 1 minute.
All right.
Nah, tata bahasa yang bergabung menjadi satu dengan kosakata itu namanya lexical chunks atau lexical bundles. Ya, satu grup, satu rombongan begitu loh, yang kita pelajari berbarengan begitu. Seperti ini nih. Ya, make do with, make it up to you, make fun of me, make my day, make up your mind. Ini semua jadi satu kesatuan yang nggak bisa dipisah-pisah. Gitu. Yang sebelah kanan ini, make money, itu kesatuan. Make believe, good. Make time, yes. Make a conversation, yes. Boleh. Kalau make atau do homework, Mbak Megita, make atau do homework? Silakan dijawab. Make atau do homework?
Yeah.
Do homework.
Do homework.
Ya, do homework.
Do
Kenapa
homework,
enggak?
yes.
Kenapa tidak make homework? Nah, itu enggak ada jawabannya begitu loh. Diterangkan pun tidak bisa karena ini menjadi satu kesatuan. Make homework, do homework. Terus bed itu do the bed or make the bed? Itu make the bed ternyata. Jawabannya, alasannya nggak ada alasannya. Nah, inilah salah satu benefit dari membaca atau mendengarkan setiap hari. Ya, yang ketiga ini yang terakhir, cepat sekali. Yang terakhir adalah language use. Kalau kita sudah mendapat banyak sekali dari membaca, mendengarkan, itu kita sekarang sudah siap. I think we are now ready to use the language dengan teknologi ataupun dengan tanpa teknologi. Ya, and there's the only thing you can make use, you can develop fluency dalam belajar bahasa adalah dengan melakukan sesuatu itu berulang-ulang. Practice berbicara. Seperti Mas yang di sebelah kiri ini. Yang sebelah kiri itu memukul bola yang sama ratusan kali, bahkan ribuan kali. Gunanya apa sih? Gunanya apa? Supaya dia bisa menempatkan bola itu dengan cepat, dengan akurat di tempat manapun tim lawannya. Yaitu dampak dari practice, regular practice, doing the same thing again and again until you become very fluent at using. Oke? Ya, hampir selesai, Pak.
Yeah, I'm really sorry for the time constraints, sir.
Ya, oke, no problem. Jadi ini slide yang terakhir ini. People learn to read by reading, ya, betul ya? People learn to speak by speaking, and people learn to listen by listening, and people learn to write by writing. Jadi ini 3 L yang harus kita ingat ya. Now, if that is what you do using technology, and the use of technology is supported very strongly with these 3L principles, tidak ada alasan sama sekali kita tidak bisa berbahasa Inggris pada level B2 atau bahkan C1. Jawabannya pasti bisa. Begitu.
Yes.
Begitu ya.
Alright. Yeah, thank you very much, Pak Willy. It was a very interesting topic actually. A lot of people di chat box sudah bilang bahwa ini seru sekali, menarik sekali. Ada yang bertanya materinya bisa di-share atau tidak. So I think I will contact you later for the materials.
I will send you the slides very soon.
Thank you very much, Pak Willy. All right, so Bapak Ibu semua, so that will be the end of the presentation sessions. Now let's moving a little bit to the Q&A due to the time constraints. I'm going to take only one questions for this session. So you can just drop your question in the chat box if you have one, or maybe raise your hand if you want to have time to talk directly to Pak Willy. Well, I see that one question here in the chat box says that, Hai Pak Willy, saya ingin bertanya, dengan adanya teknologi saat ini yang aksesnya sangat mudah, pastinya kita belajar lebih mudah untuk belajar menggunakan teknologi tersebut. Jadi karena, lalu apakah dengan kami yang sedang belajar di Prodi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris, that's a worth it things to do untuk learning more on the technology itself?
Kalau untuk meningkatkan kemampuan berbahasa agar mencapai B2 yang adalah 3L tadi itu.
Okay,
Gitu.
yes.
I think that's the only way you can improve on your English language proficiency.
Right. Okay. So, yeah, 3L become the most prominent one. Yes. I think there's also one question more from one of the participants. It says that, there's lately there's been an impression that technology has made writing skill increasingly redundant, focusing on writing skills. In this situation, is it still important to teach students writing skills or simply teach them to use technology to write?
Okay. Yeah, this is something that a lot of people have been, thinking about. Some people say, yes, use technology. Some people say, no, do not use technology. My perspective is this. I think your job in a teacher education institution, language teacher education institution, is for you to make sure that your students are able to get up to B2 sebelum lulus.
I see.
Gitu. Nah, setelah mencapai B2, itu pemakaian teknologi itu bisa menjadi sangat optimal. Kalau sebelum itu kan seperti banyak sekali pinjam ya. Bahasa apa itu yang the real languages itu kan memakai bahasa copy paste begitu loh. I don't think that's a good idea.
Okay.
I can use technology in a much better way because satu, saya punya kemampuan bahasa yang cukup. Yang kedua, saya punya pengetahuan yang cukup. Sehingga for me, technology is a very, very useful tool. Untuk mahasiswa ini ada dua sisi nih. Di satu sisi bisa dipakai sebagai alat untuk belajar, tapi di satu sisi yang lain itu kadang-kadang mahasiswa ada yang mencari shortcut, jalan pintas begitu, biar cepat selesai mengerjakan sesuatu, terus memakai teknologi tanpa harus memikir panjang lebar begitu.
Alright.
Gitu ya.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Willy. Well, Pak Diki and Pak Muhammad Andri, I'm very sorry due to time constraints, but I believe that Pak Willy also very willing to discuss to you further through his Facebook. I follow Pak Willy's Facebook also and discuss several things in the Facebook and in some other platform to reach. Well, thank you very much, Pak Willy, for sharing. There was very insightful materials for some of the participants as our students in our department. I believe that this is very interesting for them to dig more on this topic. To sum up this meeting, I would like to review that 3L is becoming prominent. Make our students learn the language first, and then later let the technology have support us in the future. So, well, before I end up, I'm going to hand you over the certificates, virtual certificates from the committee. I hope I find it useful for you.
Thank you, Pak.
This is the certificates. Oh, see it here. All right, for you, Pak Willy. And then next is a photo session. So that will be on my count. All right, in 3, 2, 1. Yep, thank you very much. And for all the participants, the attendance list we'll share in the chat box soon. Pak Willy, again, thank you very much for the presentation and thank you very much for taking part in our event.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Pak Willy.
Yeah, I put my slides in the chat box. So feel free to download.
Pak Willy, thank you very much, Pak Willy. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving to the second panel sessions. A gentle reminder that don't worry, the certificate link and then the attendance link will be shared to you after the plenary session. So stay tuned until the last presenter. We have Pak Basikin. Also, good morning, sir. And the other panel presenters who are going to present this morning. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we're moving on to the second panel session. We're going to have Ibu Ramijon Satlikova, PhD. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
All right, so thank you very much for taking part in this event. So to lead these sessions, we're going to have Bapak Arham Mauriat MA Tisol, so as a moderator. Before we moving on to the second panel session, please allow me to read a short bio of our moderator. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Pak Arham is a time lecturer at English Education Study Program of IKIP Siliwangi. He graduated from Flinders University, Australia with a Master of Art degree in teaching English as a second language. Beside his academic work, he is also an IELTS trainer for a British Council and International Education Center, Bandung. His research interests including language assessment and the application of technology in language learning. So without further ado, welcome to the second session, and I handed you over the microphone to Para.
Hi, Rima.
Thank you, Pak Willy.
Hello.
Hi, good to see you again.
Me too, Dr. Willy.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me to be here to moderate the second session with Dr. Rima John Solitkova. Good morning, Dr. Rima.
Good morning.
Are you in Uzbekistan at the moment?
Yes, I'm in Uzbekistan.
Yeah, I imagine it's very early morning now.
Yes, so it started here from 5:30 in the morning. Now it's 7.
Okay, all right.
And it's
Thank you
very
very
cold,
much.
snowing outside.
Wow, all right. Yeah, we don't know snow here in Indonesia, unfortunately. Yeah. But yeah, thank you very much for allowing some of your time to present with in this conference. Yeah. Now, before we listen to Dr. Rima's presentation, I would like to read a short bio of her. So, yeah, as you can see, Dr. Rima John Solitkova. I hope I pronounce your name correctly.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Rima John Solitkova, an adjunct professor from the TESOL MA program at Webster University in Tashkent, Uzbekistan, is a specialist in English language teaching or ALT methodology. She holds a bachelor degree in English language philology, a master's in applied linguistics, and a PhD in language education science. With 15 years of teaching experience, she has participated in numerous international conferences and teacher training programs across countries like Uzbekistan, Indonesia, Singapore, and Turkey. Multilingual in Uzbek, Russian, English, Indonesian, and Turkish, Dr. Solitkova holds various certifications including TESOL, IELTS, TKT, CELTA, and is currently pursuing a Delta course. She is recognized for her international publications, her leadership in organizing academic conferences, and her supportive and creative teaching style. All right, so I think without further ado, let's listen to Dr. Rima's presentation about a very hot topic at the moment, yeah, which is AI in language education. Okay, so Dr. Rima, the microphone is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning, Prof. Basikin. Good morning, Dr. Willy. Good morning. I'm so glad to see you all. Good morning, dear participants. Saya dari Uzbekistan, tapi saya pernah kuliah di Yogyakarta, UNY. Jadi saya kenal Prof. Basikin. Dan saya pernah ke Thailand, ke Asia TEFL Conference recently. Dan I met Dr. Willy, and it was a really presentation from Dr. Willy in that conference also. And today also I had really good insights from his presentation. Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to share the topic today. Let me share the screen. Is it visible?
Yes, we can see
Okay,
your
thank
presentation.
you. So my topic is empowering teaching and learning with digital tools. And most of the parts were covered by Dr. Willie, and I'm going to share the main parts and the bullet points from this topic. This is, as you mentioned, this is hot topic and trending topic nowadays. So let's start. So today's agenda, we talk about why digital tool and the benefits of integrating digital tools into classroom and practical applications. We share some practical applications, and then we have conclusion. So first of all, let me talk about the historical periods. In Egbert's article, it was written in 2018 about CALL, about computer-assisted language learning programs, and they discovered in this article about the early call and middle call and current call periods. So early call, it was from 1970 until 1980s, and it was about repetition and drills. As we know, the audiolingual method was discovered in this early call period because students were able to use the headsets, earphones, and have interaction with the computer, and they had just drills and repetition. So they learned the language by repetition and drills. And then in middle call period, the CLT method was discovered with multimedia. So CLT method was used with multimedia, let's say with videos, audios, CDs. And in current call, the internet was discovered with emails, and the most current one is AI tools. So these periods, for historical periods for integration of digital tools, and the most current one is AI tools. So let's talk about them. So in the past, mathematics teachers were worried a lot when the calculator was first discovered. Why? Because they thought that calculators are being used by people, and then they are not going to study mathematics anymore. But until now, we study mathematics. We need mathematics. And why humanities when there is Wikipedia? So most people were worried about humanities, the subjects, when the Wikipedia was discovered, because they thought that people are not going to study humanities anymore because there is already Wikipedia. But actually, we are still studying because we need we need the physical appearance of teacher. So that's why I always tell for teachers here, especially in Uzbekistan, in my context, when I ask from my colleagues, for example, to make an article to research about the use of AI tools or the use of digital tools in the classroom, then most of them sometimes are worried because they say that, no, I'm not going to be in your research because I'm not going to introduce these AI tools in my classroom because I'm worried that they are going to replace me. And this point was already discussed by Dr. Willie. And then I always say the same thing as Dr. Willie said before, that if we don't know how to master AI tools, then of course, they master us and they can replace us. So we should know the effectiveness, the benefits, disadvantages, and advantages of using AI tools and digital tools in our classroom, and we should introduce them to our learners, and they should see the benefits and pros and cons of AI tools actually. Otherwise, they are going to replace us. So that's why I'm saying this. Why we need everything to know or to study when there is AI tool. This is some people's opinion nowadays in my context, and that's why they are worried to introduce AI tools in their classroom. They think that, oh, they are going to learn these tools and then they don't need teachers anymore. But actually, the AI tool, as its name, can be a tool for language learning and teaching. But if we master them, how to use, then we don't have to worry a lot, because they are not going to master us or replace us. So this is the point, and I always encourage them to do a research and to find out the benefits or disadvantages of using AI tools in the classroom. And I always ask them to collaborate and to make a research about this, because this is the current trending topic. And why digital tool? So this is beneficial for learning needs and styles in the classroom, and collaborative and interactive approach to language classroom. And we know the generations. We have baby boomer, in this period they were born, and Generation X, millennial, Generation Z, Alpha generation. And why I'm talking about this, the type of generations here, because we know that at school nowadays we are teaching Alpha generation and Generation Z, and at the university also most of them are Generation Z. And recently I made a poll on my Instagram to know my audience of my Instagram, because most of them are my students. And then I found out that my audience is Generation Z, for example. And we know that Generation Z and Generation Alpha, they are born with internet, they are born with technology. And as Generation X and as Generation Millennial, we should know how to integrate technology, because without it, it must be boring for those generations. Why? Because they are used to use it. And as millennial, we are also born with technology actually, but technology was introduced later in my context in Uzbekistan. So that's why we studied English in grammar translation method, and then later audiolingual method was introduced here. But anyway, we started teacher training programs, how to use AI tools or how to use digital tools with my colleagues, and now we are also comfortable to use it. But sometimes we can see that there is conflict, or there is misunderstanding between teacher and the learner. Sometimes the learners may say that the classroom, the lesson is not really interesting. Why? Because the teacher must be Generation X and the learner must be Alpha generation, for example. And of course we know that not all teachers able to integrate ICT tools, and they need teacher training programs, teacher training sessions to use the digital tools effectively. So that's why we should be able to integrate ICT tools, because we are teaching young generation. Most of them are young generation in our classroom, and as we know, they are flexible to use technology. They are comfortable to use technology. For example, when we ask the time, even they have watch on their hand, but anyway they are checking the watch or checking time from their laptop or from their phone. Even they have watch on their hand. That means they are flexible, and they prefer to use technology for all purposes, not only for learning. So why not to integrate ICT tools and make our classroom more effective? And about theoretical foundations, we can see here that Vygotsky and Sweller in 1994, Vygotsky in 1978, they discussed about the theoretical foundations. They mentioned that collaborative digital tools foster social interaction, and it's beneficial for visualization and engagement. Yes, for example, we never experienced, or we don't have any idea about tsunami in my context, especially young generation. They don't know what is tsunami because we are not close to ocean. We live in landmark. And we don't have ocean here, and they don't know how and what they feel when there is tsunami. So when we talk about natural disasters in English classroom, then of course we don't only include earthquake, but we feel earthquake here a lot, so often. So we don't only talk about earthquake, but we also talk about tsunami. But if we don't have any digital tools in our classroom, then it will be challenging to introduce or to make the content or the context familiar for our learners. So in that case, digital tools help teachers a lot because we can go Google, we can go to YouTube and see virtual reality videos, not the simple videos, but we can search virtual reality video, and it can give the learners the feeling, how they feel, and how they feel and what is tsunami actual life. Here we can see the video,
If
for
there is
example.
one natural disaster I don't think anybody watching this video would want to experience, it has to be a tsunami. As we saw in 2004 and again in 2011, the amount of destruction caused by these events.
So we can play this video in Uzbekistan to introduce the context and to make sure they understand and feel, and to make the topic familiar for our learners. So that case, digital tools help teachers a lot. So next one is about benefits, personalization, collaboration, engagement, and accessibility. And those points were already presented before my presentation. And let's move on with this idea that in the past, we brought Legos to our classroom to assign a task for our learners. For example, we asked our students to build a perfect town or a perfect house that they want to live, and then they build it. So this is very good task for task-based language teaching methods, and they built that house or town with Legos in groups maybe or individual, and then they introduced that house or perfect town using language. So they described that town or the house using English language. So we checked grammar, vocabulary use, pronunciation, accent, and so on. But nowadays, it will be more interesting when we bring Minecraft to our classroom. Why? Because we know that young generation, especially, they love to play Minecraft. And why not to ask them to access to this game and then start building their perfect town or perfect house they want to live through Minecraft. So this is the integration of digital tools in our classroom that makes our lesson more effective, and that helps to build interactive way of task-based language teaching method. So this way we can grab their attention and we can engage our learners, and I don't think that they are going to say that the English classroom is boring because we are introducing new tools for them and bringing the tools that they are using in their daily life. So that must be more engaging for them rather than bringing Legos, for example, or rather than focusing on papers only. And for practical applications, so here I listed some of them that I found very effective in my classroom. I always use Mentimeter for brainstorming, evaluating, and for asking, because we know that we have the students who are shy sometimes, so they are afraid of making mistakes, or they are not they don't have public speaking skills, but they have good knowledge. So that case, Mentimeter helps a lot, because when we ask a question, they will be able to put their ideas on word cloud, for example, and they will be able to evaluate what we say through poll, for example.
Kumaha cara ngarinemna?
One should mute. Okay. So they will be able to evaluate, for example, when we ask a question and make a poll, then we know. Usually, I always get the idea, the main point from the article that we are going to discuss in MAT Solve program with my students, and then I make a poll. Do you agree or disagree? And then when they say agree, if the point is for agreement, then I know who read the article before coming to the classroom. But if they say disagree, then the point was for agreement actually in the article. So it makes for me to evaluate the students. And Podcastle for assignment, for interviewing. Yes, with my students previously in the past, with my bachelor degree student, I used this application and they found it very interesting. So I think I'm going to that Podcastle website here. Is it visible? Or should I stop the screen and then go? I think it's visible, yes?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, so
Yeah, it is visible.
Podcastle. So with this website, they will be able to record themselves. Let's say the topic is about reflection on the course, for reviewing the topics that they learned. Then I ask them to have interview with each other and say something about the course they learned, what skill they learned, for example, or what topics they learned, what they found interesting and not interesting, and so on. And then they will be able to have interview and record their voice. But maybe sometimes my students say that why not? Not my students, but my colleagues. Most of the time, they say that why not to use Telegram chat group or WhatsApp chat group, because in Uzbekistan we most of the time use Telegram chat group, not WhatsApp. They prefer to use Telegram chat group to record their voice and send it to a teacher, and then teacher will be able to listen and evaluate or assess. But then I will be wondering, because there are so many tools that we can use, because sometimes we need variety in our classroom. Telegram or WhatsApp they are using in their daily life. So why not to ask them to access to this website, because this is for free, but you have limitation here. So after 4 projects, it's chargeable, but we can delete one of them and then record again. So I asked them to record their voice here, and with my one of my groups, I used WhatsApp and Telegram chat group to record their voice and post the assignment. And for another group, I used this tool and I had experiment with them, and I can see a big difference between two groups. Why? Because the group who used this podcast, they were more engaged, because they thought that they are journalists, and they thought that they felt that they have their own podcast, and they feel so nice, they feel so engaged. And another group, yes, they are using for their daily life, and it's like normal situation for them. And no, I didn't feel any I didn't notice any engagement with this group, with the first group. So that's why I always highly recommend for my colleagues here, when I find some kind of tools to integrate our classroom, I always share with my colleagues, let's use this one so it's more engaging for students. So they feel like they have their own podcast, or they feel like they're journalists, and their voice or their attitude will be changed when they're using different tools, because yeah, they found it very interesting. And then another tool is for not only for language learning, but also as a teacher, we develop materials, we supplement materials sometimes, and it's very essential that we should check the vocabulary, the level of the words. So that's why I use this application, and I'm going to share it with you. Let's say we are going to adapt or adopt this context, and we are going to copy and paste it in vocab kitchen. Why we are doing this? Because we are supplementing this material, or we are developing a material, and then we can see the level of words here. So the blue one is A1 and A2, and with my MAT TESOL program students, because I teach materials development course as well, and when they struggle how to supplement or how to make modification or adopt the text, then I always recommend them to check the words first, because this is essential. Let's say we have here we have here even C2 level, so C2 level words. So that means for who we can use this text. Of course, for C1 level students, because for B2 it will be very difficult, because for Krashen's hypothesis, I plus one, input plus one, the level of the words in the text should be one level above their level. So if it's two levels above their level, that will be very challenging for them to understand. So that's why if we have this kind of context, then we can see that there is also C2 level word, then we can use this text for C1 level. So that way we can identify. Sometimes we can see, yesterday we checked with my students when we were developing material, then we had a lot of words with blue color, and it was A1 level. Most of the words were A1 level, and then they said that so we are going to use it for A1 level. But actually, there was also B2 level. So the highest level of word was B2. And then I suggested them to follow Krashen's hypothesis, I plus one. So one level above learner's level. So that means we can use it for B1 level, not A2, because for A2 it will be challenging, because two level above their level, and not for A1, of course. So three level above their level. So that will be accessible to B1. So that way we can use vocab kitchen, and it's for free. And another tool that I really enjoy with my students is the simple one, random wheelchair wheel names. And we can select random names. We can write the names of our students. Why? Because sometimes when we are addressing directly to our students, let's say we are saying, okay, who? Soliha, can you please answer to my question? Then it must be very shocking for Soliha, because she must be thinking, why me? Why not Sarwar? Why not Babur? But why not Abdullah? Why me? So it must be very shocking for her when we address them directly by their names, when we call them for answering our questions. So that way we can make it easy, make life easy by putting their names, and then we select, we can click, and then it can select random name, and then we can say, so this is your turn to answer. So if there is no any volunteer to answer our question, So Abdullah is going to answer my question because yes, you are the lucky one. So that way they can feel like they are special and it was chosen not by a teacher but by this digital tool. So this way we can make our classroom more engaging. And then another one is I want to introduce Hello Talk. And this application is also, I found it very beneficial for my son and for my daughter because they are going to learn other languages. And then, of course, when we have communication, they learn better because they were born in Indonesia while I was doing my PhD program. And that's why they can speak Indonesian language as well because they were born there, they went to kindergarten in Indonesia, and they had communication, and they really like to speak in Indonesian language. So that's why even they are studying in Uzbekistan now, in Russian school, in Uzbek school, but they always ask me to call to my friends' children and talk with them. So I always call to my master degree or PhD degree friends, and then I ask them, please, my son or my daughter is really my daughter is going to talk with your daughter or with your son because they want to practice Indonesian language, and they feel so happy. They're always saying that yes, anytime you can call and they can have communication, and they really enjoy to talk to each other. So then my son is learning Arabic language. And it was a bit challenging when we came back to Uzbekistan because they started their school with Russian school, and that's why I gave him Hello Talk application so he can choose the language and go to that live conversation. So there are a lot of people, they are talking to each other, but of course they don't. You shouldn't upset, or you shouldn't say offensive words to each other. If you are doing that, then the application will block you. So this is the thing that I really liked. So then uh, all of them, all people, when I checked, they are talking about important things like education or hobby or their life, so family. So these kind of topics they are talking. And then sometimes my son goes to Arabic people group, and then he checks his pronunciation because in Arabic alphabet there are some letters that he's still confused, and he's always asking, so how we pronounce this letter? And then they are so happy to help him. They are saying that, oh, are you going to learn Arabic language? And he says yes, and they have conversation and they can check their pronunciation and so on. And sometimes he goes to Indonesian people group and he can practice with them when my friends say that their children at school or somewhere. And then English also available there, and they can have practice. So this is also something that I introduce for my children, and also I can say to my MAT SOL students that if they want to improve their speaking skills of their learners, then they can introduce Hello Talk application. So another one is about connected papers. I really um, like this website. So connected paper is very beneficial for those who are doing a research or writing an article, or who are teaching at the university of subject. English for academic purposes or research writing subject, because my MAT SOL students are working at the university nowadays because they're on the way to graduate, and some of them are teaching research writing subject, and some of them are teaching EAP course. And I introduced this website, and they found it very useful. For example, let's say digital tools in education. So we can type it here and build a graph. So it can build a graph digital tools in education, digital tools in secondary. So we can see which one is reliable. For example, it has 11 citations, 21 references, 4 citations, 8 citations, 0 citations, because it's new, yes, 2024. So this way we can see the year, the citation, and how many references. And then when we click, let's say we click for this one. So we choose the free version. When we are presenting when I'm using the Zoom, then I think I cannot sign in because I'm presenting from Zoom. But it's for free. When you type connected papers, then when you type the title of your article, then you can see the graph. It can build a graph for free, and when we click to the article, then we can see the lines. So there is the connection with this article or with this article, and we can see the bubbles. Like bubbles are the articles, and the lines are connected to each other. So that way we can see and we can. So for digital tools can be beneficial for our language learning, teaching, for materials development, for research writing or article writing, for EAP course, and so on. So in any sphere of our life, we can integrate and make it more effective.
Okay,
So
I'm sorry to interrupt. Actually, your time is up.
okay. Thank you,
Yeah.
thank you. So yeah, that was the last part of my
Oh.
presentation. And for conclusion, yes, you can say that digital tools enhance accessibility, engagement, and collaboration. And successful integration requires thoughtful planning and training. Of course, we need training for making it more effective. Thank you so much for giving me the time to present this topic. If you have any question, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you very much for your very insightful presentation, very resourceful, and also for sharing with us very useful applications that we can use in our work, in our daily life as well. Okay, so now we are going to enter the question and answer session, Q&A. And is there any question already in? Okay. All right, let me read out the first question to you. Hello, Ms. Rima. Thank you for your great explanation. I am Andini. I want to ask about how can digital tools be used to foster critical thinking, problem solving, and creativity among students? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to answer? Okay.
Yes, I found digital tools and AI tools very effective for 21st century skills, so they can improve their 21st century skills like collaboration, communication, critical thinking, and creativity. So we can assign a task and we can ask them to use the digital tools. And they will be very engaged. So when the learners are engaged, then of course they can build creativity. They can build creativity, and they can use their critical thinking, collaboration, and for communication, it's very useful. So as a teacher, we should know what to integrate and how to integrate, because not all digital tools or AI tools are reliable or effective. So we should make sure that the AI tool should, through the AI tool, they can build creativity and critical thinking skills. So they shouldn't depend on AI tools for building the ideas. So it can be a tool just for brainstorming, but as a teacher, this is our responsibility, how to assign a task. So when we have a good question that they can build their critical thinking skills, then we can achieve our aim or goal. So it depends on teachers how we assign the task.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer. Okay, so the next question is from Muhammad Zidan, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Ms. Sotlikova, do you think that in the long run, like 30 or 50 years in the future, AI will be capable of replacing human teachers, especially language teachers? Thank you.
Mm. Yeah, this is the concern for most of teachers, especially in my country. They are still worried to use or not to use AI tools in their classroom. As I mentioned before, if we know how to use it, how to integrate those tools and make it effective, then I don't think that they are going to replace us, because calculators didn't replace mathematic teachers. So language teachers also not they are not going to be replaced by AI tools when we know how to make it effective in our classroom.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer. Next question is from, who is this? Is Juara. Okay, it's quite a long question. So, in essence, there's some difference with what Dr. Willy presented earlier, yeah? That he said that using technology or not in class, activities or teaching has the same result. While you said that is very helpful. So the question is, what is the role of technology itself in meaningful learning, considering the students are now very friendly with technology itself? So how can we as teachers find meaningful learning and provide a difference in the use of technology?
Yes, very good question. I like this question. Why? Because it depends on teachers what to integrate or not to integrate, because we know better about our learners. It depends on our learners' level, interest, their language background, cultural background, gender, and so on. So, in my opinion, it depends on you and on a teacher. As a teacher, we are the responsible to integrate or not to integrate. We think effective or not effective, because in some groups it works well, and in some groups maybe we should integrate ICT tools or AI tools later. So it depends on us, because as we know, there is no best method. Even most people say that grammar translation method is ineffective, or we used it in the past and it's not effective anymore now. But it's not the fact, because we were born, we studied in grammar translation method, and we are here now. We are able to communicate in English, and that's why we cannot say that this method is ineffective or effective, or integrate or not to integrate. It depends on us. So in some parts of our lesson, we are still using grammar translation method, and we found its effectiveness, because without grammar, how they can communicate in English. So that's why I say that yes, we know the benefits of digital tools, but it depends on you if you consider to integrate it or not for your learners, because you know better about your learners. When they are ready to use, then you can start. But when you think that they should have some stages, or how you use and what to use, this depends on you. So this is the consideration from you.
Answer. That was actually a question from Asyaf Rahmat. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. For the next question, I think someone raised their hands. Yeah. So maybe we'll give a chance for one of the participants here to ask their question directly. Yeah. So who is it? So to Muhammad Andre. Muhammad Andre, are you there?
Hello?
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can see you and we can hear you. Yes. Okay, you
All
may
right.
ask your question.
All right. Thank you. My name is Andre from Universitas Muhammadiyah Kendal Batang. I'd like to ask Dr. Rima. Earlier, you said that AI will never be able to replace teachers, right? But hypothetically, if AI were to actually replace teachers, like meaning that there would be no human teachers and that students could only learn from AI, in your opinion, what do you think would happen in that scenario? Yeah.
Okay. Can you make the conclusion for the question? The moderator, can you help me, please?
Can you summarize the question, maybe?
Yes.
Like what do you think would happen? What do you think would happen if hypothetically AI were able to replace teachers and that there were no more human teachers? Yeah.
Mm. Mm. Yeah, I think that the question is similar with the first one. Um, so of course, when we have a new thing, a new concept, then we are worried and we have concern about it. And AI tool is newly introduced, but yeah, actually we were using AI tools in the past, but unconsciously. But nowadays we have some AI tools that they can communicate with us, and then we realize, and it was like boom for teachers.
Sure.
But as I mentioned before, if we have a new thing or a new concept, of course we have the concern, and we think that yeah, what is the future of English teachers, or what is the future of AI, and so on. And then year by year, we realize that, of course, we always need human. So I don't think that online tools are going to replace human, because they are not human, and we are the one that we can communicate with each other, and we can provide feedback for our learners. Because when we compare distance language teaching with remote teaching, most of my students preferred remote teaching. Why? Because they say that there is physical appearance of instructor, but in distance language teaching, the video recordings are uploaded, and the online materials are uploaded, and we don't have interaction with the physical appearance of teacher. So that way, I think that students and people always prefer the human being and the physical appearance of teacher, and that's why I don't think that in the future they are going to replace teachers. That's my opinion.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing your opinion. Yeah, so perhaps it will not be like in movies. Yeah? Where AI replaces humans. Okay, so still have some time for the next question. This is from Jihan. Ms. Sotlikova, how can we utilize AI tools effectively without fostering dependency and in accordance with their intended purpose?
Once more, please.
How can we utilize AI tools effectively without fostering dependency and in accordance with their intended purpose?
Okay. Um, so I already mentioned that how to integrate the AI, the digital tools depends on teacher. So we are going to evaluate the class, or evaluate our learners first. What is their interest and what is their level, and this is not only for vocabulary choice, but this is also about the digital tools that we want to integrate into our classroom. So the first step is to evaluate the course, and to have needs assessment with our students before we start our course. So are they able to use digital tools, actually? Because when we teach the language, we should also think that if they know how to use it. First, we should have the training with them, how to use the tools that you are going to use in this course, and then they will be able to interact with those tools. So that's why needs assessment and evaluation is important. What worked well for teachers and what didn't work. This is also reflection is also self-reflection is also very important. So we should have needs assessment and reflective approach. With the combination of needs assessment and reflective approach, we can see the effectiveness, and we know what to use for the next class, for the next group, because reflective approach will happen when we end the course. So at the beginning, needs assessment, and at the end, reflective approach. And for the next group, we can build better, more effective digital tools.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer. So I think preparation is key, yeah, of course. Okay, I think we still have time for just one more question. This is from Diki. So, Ms. Rima, what is the biggest challenge that you've ever met regarding the use of digital tools or technology in learning instruction? Like maybe preparedness of the teachers or connection in rural or remote areas? What do you think?
The use of digital tools, media in learning instruction. The challenge, yes, of course. The challenge is one of them. The lack of technology in some rural areas, and the speed of internet. In 2 years ago, 4 years ago, when we have COVID situation, we had this challenge in Uzbekistan because the speed of internet was not good at that time, and also the students were not prepared for online learning, and the teachers also they were not ready for online teaching because of lack of teacher training programs, how to use online teaching. And then for learners, it was also challenging because it was for the first time for them to move to online learning. And then that's why I think we didn't stay long at home. So less than 1 year, we went back to our institution to teach and to learn with masks and other things we used. And then we stopped online teaching and learning, and then we moved because of this challenge. So yeah, of course, because of internet speed, lack of technology, we have the challenges. And how to overcome, yes, we should have teacher training programs, how to use the digital tools effectively in our classroom. And also for lack of technology, the facilities should be given to the institution if they want to have more effective classroom with digital tools.
Very much for your answer. And I think that marks the end of the Q&A session, even though there are still more questions actually in the chat box, but with the time constraints that we have, so I think it'll be all. But before we close this session, of course, we would like to present you with a token of our appreciation in the form of a certificate, which is symbolically given here on screen. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, and maybe we'll have a photo session, yeah? Okay. All right, maybe once you're ready. Okay, so on my mark, 3, 2, 1. Yes? All right. Okay, is it done? Yes. All right, once again, thank you very much. It's been a great honor and pleasure to have you with us here today, and we're looking forward to collaborating with you again in the future. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Have a
Thank
good
you.
day.
Good luck, Prof. Basikin. I'm so happy to see you today. Hello to my professors and lecturers in UNY.
Yes, very good. Okay, thank you very much. And with that, that is the end of our second panel session, and we'll move on to the next session. So I'm going to give back the microphone to our MC, Mr. Tristan Dri. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Rima and Parham, for the amazing presentations. So I believe that everyone here can get amazing insights from your presentation, Rima. Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we're moving to our third panel session. So now we are going to invite the speaker for the third plenary sessions. We have Una Kim. Good morning from Indonesia.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you? It's
I'm
10
doing good.
p.m.
Yeah, finally to see, nice to meet you again.
Right.
All right, so well, ladies and gentlemen, this session will be led by one of my colleagues from IKIP Siliwangi, Ibu Ratih Inaya. But before we start, please allow me to read a short bio about Ibu Ratih. Ladies and gentlemen, Ibu Ratih Inaya is a passionate educator and researcher with a deep-rooted commitment to English language teaching as a foreign language in Indonesia. Currently serving as a lecturer at IKIP Siliwangi, she has been dedicating her career to enhancing students' language learning experience for 15 years. Her academic journey began at Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, where she earned both her bachelor and master degree in English language education. Driven by a desire to delve deeper into the intricacies of language pedagogy, Ibu Ratih is now currently pursuing her doctoral degree in English language education at Universitas Negeri Semarang. So I think this is going to be an amazing combo in this third session. We have Una and Ibu Ratih. So ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed the third session. And Ibu Ratih, I handed you over the microphone.
Thank you very much, Patris Nendri Shahrizal, for introducing me as the moderator for this keynote session. The honorable speakers, distinguished guests, and also esteemed participants. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to the third session of the 4th International Language Education Conference 2024, held by English Education Study Program under Faculty of Language Education, IKIP Siliwangi, Cimahi, West Java, Indonesia. I'm Ratih Inaya, will be your moderator for this keynote session. Ladies and gentlemen, now, before the presentation begins, please allow me to introduce our keynote speaker, Ms. Una Kim. Hello, Ms. Una Kim.
Hello.
Okay, good morning from Indonesia.
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening from the DC.
Yes, it's 10 o'clock in the morning here in Indonesia and probably 10 o'clock in the evening there in America.
Yes, 12 hours difference.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Una Kim will deliver her presentation for about 30 minutes. And after that, there will be about 15 minutes for question and answer session. During the presentation, you may write down your question in the chat box. Now, please allow me to read the short biography of our keynote speaker, Ms. Una Kim. Una is from South Korea and spent the last 11 years in Indonesia. She is a passionate educator and a mom of 3 beautiful girls. She received a Bachelor of Arts in English Linguistics from Hankook University of Foreign Studies in Korea and a Master of Arts in Applied Linguistics from the University of Massachusetts, Boston, United States of America. Before joining the PhD in Applied Linguistics program, she taught IB MYP English Language Acquisition and IB Korean A at Bandung Independent School. Also, she worked as an action coordinator, implementing service into teaching contexts. Eunne has taught English and Korean to students from various backgrounds in South Korea and Indonesia. Her research interests are bi or multilingualism, heritage language development, positive psychology interventions, action research, and translanguaging. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please help me to welcome our keynote speaker, Ms. Eunne Kim, Master of Arts, for delivering her presentation. To the Honorable Ms. Eunne Kim from Georgetown University in Washington, D.C., United States of America, the microphone is yours.
Wow, thank you so much. Welcome everyone. Selamat siang. Wilujeng siang. 안녕하세요. Terima kasih banyak telah mengundang saya untuk kesempatan yang luar biasa hari ini. Saya sangat senang dapat berada di sini bersama guru-guru dan calon guru yang penuh semangat. I can just go on in Indonesian, but since this is for international conference, I'll speak in English. But let me share my screen first. Okay. Can you see my screen?
It's visible. It's visible.
Okay, good. All right, so as a multilingual teacher and a researcher, also as a mom of 3 multilingual children, I'm excited to share this topic with you. Translanguaging. Maybe some of you might wonder, like, why? Why so translanguaging so important in this era? Translanguaging revolutionizes English education for the 21st century by embracing multilingual learners' full linguistic repertoires and positioning their home languages as valuable assets rather than barriers. So this approach challenges traditional monolingual paradigms, fostering inclusivity and cultural competence and critical thinking. So skills vital for success in our globalized era. So today, we'll explore how translanguaging can empower multilingual learners in your classroom. So we'll cover 4 main areas. We'll begin by understanding translanguaging, look at real life, explore practical strategies to use in your classrooms, and finally, reflect on how teachers' beliefs about language might impact or limit translanguaging in your class. Okay, let's start by exploring our own identities. What does the word identity mean to you? How do you personally relate to it? And how is it connected to your language, culture, and experiences? Please use any language that feels most natural to you. Maybe in 1 or 2 words, share what comes to your mind when you hear the word identity. Can be anything. To me, Sibalak is very important because I lived in Bandung for 11 years. You can leave your answers in the chat, or you can use the QR code with your phone to type your answers. Something personal. It can be, you can use any languages you feel most comfortable with. So I speak Korean, English, Indonesian, a little bit of Sundanese, a little bit of Mandarin. Okay. Cute. Nice. Personal. Characters. Identity. Identitas, yeah? What does that mean to you? Some kind of food you like, or the nationalities? A lot of characters. Karakter? Characters? Okay. Anything? Background, where you're from, right? Dari mana? Maybe like the logat can be. It makes you who you are. Anything? Yeah, I see lots of people are typing. Very good. Ourselves. Okay. Meaning of life. Why do we live? That's very, very much connected to identities. Okay. I can see that you're trying so hard to answer this question in English. Very good. But you can use any other languages too. Gender. Very good. Yes. Appearance. A lot of people saying characters. Okay. Signs. My culture, where I'm from, personalities, scanning. Okay. Very good. I love this. Lots of people today, so I think it's very nice. Okay. So I think it's important to think about what makes us who we are, right? And this exercise really let us experience how multilingualism is not just a concept, but like it's very much in our lives, right? Very good. You can keep sharing your thoughts, and I can share later if we see any interesting things. Yes. Keyakinan, I love that. Yes. Religion is very important. Personal appearance is also important. Qualities, beliefs. Aku, saya suka juga. Okay. All right. Look at this. Please raise your hand using the tool on Zoom if you grew up multilingually, bilingually, multilingually. Yeah. I see many hands. Yes. Very good. Yes. Yeah, I think it's not normal if you're from a monolingual environment growing up in Indonesia, right? Because when I was in Bandung, everyone could speak Indonesian. Most of them could speak Sundanese, the regional language, and many of them could speak English too, right? Yes. So if you look at the linguistic landscape of Indonesia, there's one official language. Thank you so much for so many hands. I love it. And you can see, however, there are over 700 languages, regional languages, right? And also, many Indonesian languages are endangered, with some having only a few speakers left. Very interesting. So before we actually dig in more about the translanguaging and what teachers can do, let's discuss more about what we believe as teachers, okay? So as teachers, we often believe in various language ideologies that can be positive or negative. Those ideologies affect how we teach, how we face certain issues, and how we design our curriculum. So I want you to use the reaction tool on Zoom and respond to the statements I will share. If you think it's true, you can click yes. And if you think it's not true, you can click no, okay? For your info, it is totally okay to be wrong. No worries, okay? I know the answers, but you don't have to know everything. So, okay, so there'll be a statement and you have 5 seconds to decide if the statement is true or false. Let's do this. Are you ready? Okay, the first one. Students learn a second language best when they focus exclusively on one language at a time, without using or mixing their home language. Speak only in English in class. If you think this statement is true, click yes. If you think it's wrong, false, you can click X, no. Okay? Right? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. True, false? What do you think? What's your guess? It's actually false. Bilingualism and multilingualism are assets, as the first language provides a robust foundation for additional language learning through cognitive transfer and metalinguistic awareness. So I'm sorry, it was false. Okay, second one. Bilingual children can distinguish between their two languages from birth. Okay? I know many of you are bilinguals, right? What do you think? Do you think it's true or false? From birth. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yes, there are many participants who say true, and some of them say false.
False. Okay, that's great. I love it. All right, let's see. Actually, it is also true. It's true. Infants exposed to two languages in their environment from birth are capable of distinguishing between them using prosodic and phonetic cues. So maybe they might not actually clearly understand, but they can actually understand a little bit of the tone, a little bit of the sounds. So I think it's very interesting. From birth, they can differentiate different languages. So people are pretty smart. So don't worry so much about mixing languages. They can differentiate languages. Next one, native speakers, orang bule, can provide high quality language instruction. True or false? I might need your help. Yeah, I cannot see the chat. Yeah.
There are many participants who answer true. They believe that native speakers or bule can provide high quality language instruction. That's
Okay.
most
I love
people
it.
believe.
Okay, so you believe that. Sorry, this is false. No, native speakerism is an ideology. It's a form of neo-racism that shapes the views that teachers, colleagues, and students hold about them. So it keeps a false hierarchy of native versus non-native speakers, an idea that suggests native speakers are better by nature and assigns them unique cultural and professional identities when compared to their non-native counterparts. So isn't it interesting? I know most of you speak English. I know most of you are teaching English, but many of you actually think that native speakers are better at teaching English. Isn't that amazing? So also, who are native speakers? Think about that. I'm in the US now. I see so many Americans. Maybe they're born here. Maybe they moved here. Not all Americans speak good English. Not all Americans can actually teach English well. Not all Koreans can teach Korean well. I can teach better English because I learn English as my second language. Okay. Next one, parental conversational practices significantly influence a child's ability to acquire two languages simultaneously at the same time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, many participants answer true. They believe that parental conversational practices significantly influence a child's ability to acquire two languages simultaneously.
Very good. Yes, it is true. So the interaction and exposure provided by caregivers shape bilingual children's language development effectively. Very good. I think this is the last question. Single national language should be enforced to maintain unity and national identity. What do you think about this? Oh, wow, sorry. It's actually false, I said. It's an ideology, one language, one nation ideology. So this ideology is often linked to language policies that suppress linguistic diversity, marginalizing minority languages in favor of a dominant national language. Think of it like this way. So you have 700 regional languages, but there is only one Indonesian is the national language. Is that true that people only speak Indonesian in Indonesia? That is not true. Indonesians speak so many languages, and it's amazing how many languages are there. Can you guess what's the official language of the USA? What is the official language of the USA? Any answer?
No official language.
Yes, that's correct. There's no official language in the US. There are so many languages spoken here. That's true. Yes. Okay. So let's talk about translanguaging now. Translanguaging is a dynamic process where multilingual individuals use their full linguistic repertoire to make meaning, communicate, and learn. Translanguaging was first conceptualized in bilingual classrooms in Wales, but Garcia expanded it, remember her name, focusing on its pedagogical potential for multilingual classroom. This approach sees students' home languages as assets rather than obstacles. Translanguaging serves as a decolonizing framework that critiques the historical conflation of language and race, emphasizing that current understandings of both are influenced by colonialism. Very deep, actually. And also, it can be understood in two different levels. On like a social linguistic perspective, it can be more like a fluid language practices of bilingual communities. On a pedagogical perspective, it can be described as an approach where teachers build bridges from these language practices and then what is actually spoken at home. And it's interesting, they see all these languages people speak as a unitary, as a whole, which is kind of interesting because researchers learned that when you speak in one language, all the languages get activated. So I'm speaking in English now, but my Indonesian, my English, and like all the languages I know get activated, which is very interesting. And translanguaging is everywhere, right? So you can see this is especially common in Indonesia or among multilingual individuals. All of you understand that some words or expressions are pas for specific situations, right? So here are some of my examples from chat. You can find more examples on your phone after this session. Or think about situations when you're constantly translanguaging with people who share those linguistic repertoires. Okay, so these purposes collectively aim to promote social justice by affirming multilingual students' identity and challenging inequities in traditional monolingual education systems. So translanguaging helps students access and make sense of challenging academic materials by utilizing their full linguistic repertoire. And it provides opportunities for students to develop the specific language skills needed in academic context, bridging their everyday and school-based language use. Translanguaging also creates space for students to bring their multilingual skills and cultural knowledge into the classroom, recognizing and validating their unique perspectives. It supports students' development of positive bilingual identities and nurtures their socio-emotional well-being. Okay, so these types of monolingual ideologies in translation. So monolingual ideologies limit students' use of their full linguistic resources. They have to use only English in classroom, right? And those ideologies limit students, discourage peer communication in students' home languages. Sometimes they feel kind of ashamed of using certain dialects, certain accents in the classroom, or maybe my original language is not really good, so I shouldn't really use it. Or ada logatnya gitu. Like I should hide my identity. And then ideologies, these types of ideologies can create language barriers and disengagement. And they often lead to language anxiety and a loss of self-confidence. They can be very anxious in the English classroom. Okay, now I want to invite you to explore some solutions for a case that I created. So let me share this context, okay? It's a multilingual classroom in Jakarta, Indonesia. And a school type is a public high school. And you can see in the public high school, usually Indonesian is taught, right? National language. English is also taught as a foreign language. Japanese is a regional language in Jakarta. Well, it's picked by the school. And also some students can take Mandarin. So 3-4 languages. And students are from diverse backgrounds, including children from multilingual households, like who grew up in listening different languages. Okay, so the challenge is many students struggle with learning English despite efforts by teachers to stick to monolingual teaching methods. Language barriers and differences in home language practices hinder comprehension, participation, and engagement. In addition, strict adherence to monolingual ideology leads to feelings of shame among students who speak local languages or use informal communication patterns. You know, Indonesian it can be very informal or very formal, right? So some students might kind of feel like embarrassed to speak up in front of people because they don't know how to use formal language. This impacts students' confidence and overall academic performance. So, Miss Ayu, the English teacher, observed that students felt more confident discussing content in their home language first before switching to English in class. So she was just kind of teaching. She learned that, whoa, actually, students are more engaged when they're speaking in their local language before switching to the group discussion. So she has decided to implement translanguaging practices to face the challenges. Her goal is to make learning accessible, inclusive, and respectful for all students' identities. She's not sure, though, where to start, and she needs your help. So what can she do? Let's brainstorm ideas for her. So please share your wisdom in the chat or same with the QR code. You can kind of start sharing your ideas while I'm chilling. Okay, very good. What can Miss Ayu do to support students better in her classroom? Okay, code switching, teach in using or English. Okay, very good. Go ahead, Miss Ayu. You can do it. Very good. Yeah, maybe I can explain a little bit about the code switching. So code switching, it's kind of seeing that all these languages are separated. So you are kind of like switching from English to Korean, from Korean to Indonesian. Where translanguaging is seeing it more like a fluid, like there's no like, not those languages are not separated. But yeah, we can also like, I cannot say I 100% agree with everything about translanguaging, but we can also see how different researchers respond differently. Yeah, it's a very controversial topic, actually. Okay, anything else? Any other comments? Do you see any comments in the chat? I love that. She can start creating a safe space where students can feel comfortable using their home language for brainstorming and discussions before transitioning to English. I love that. Perfect. Yes, that's amazing.
Okay, one participant's answers in the chat box. He said, I think switch code is good for this context, Miss Ene.
Yes. Okay. That's good. Right. So I think it's very important that like maybe how do we create a safe space if you want to encourage students to use their home language? I think it should start from you so that students can see you kind of using all your linguistic repertoire in class so that by modeling, they can see, oh, it's okay, I can do that too, right? Yeah. Okay, I love that. Create scenarios where students can practice using both languages in authentic context. I love it. Very good. Yes. You already know really well. Yes. Okay. Maybe I'll wait for one more respond. Somebody's typing. You can start by using daily language, then switch to English as much as possible. Very good. As actually, I think I'll hear a little bit more about this. It really depends on the context, right? You don't want to just use the local language or the home language the whole time for the, especially if you're teaching as your foreign language, right? So you really need to have in mind, okay, how can I give them an authentic input while encouraging them to tapping into their full linguistic repertoire? I think that's the hard question that we always need to think about. All right. Okay, so what can she do? You already shared good answers. She could have group discussions, right? Small group discussions. Maybe she could put some kids in different groups where they could use their home languages, Indonesian, Sundanese, Javanese, or Mandarin, or different kind of, for brainstorming ideas, right? And then as a teacher, you can kind of guide them to collaboratively translate their thoughts, or kind of you can ask them. And also, it's okay not to worry so much if you don't understand everything. I don't understand everything, and it's okay. You always have other students who can help you, right? So maybe they can do that, or they can also provide bilingual text resources, and pair English with Indonesian or other relevant languages. So they can read first in their home language, and then they can connect it to the English text for deeper understanding. And especially if you're teaching topics that are harder, like climate change, something like kind of, hard to digest, I would maybe start kind of building that bridge with the home languages and then kind of switch to English. All right. And then maybe peer-to-peer translanguaging interviews, like you can kind of create interview activities, like they can alternate between languages. I can start speaking, asking questions in Indonesian, then the other student can answer in English, and then they can do that vice versa. It really helps them to negotiate for meaning, and also it's really good for active listening. And also, I love this part. I'll share this as an example, creating language identity celebration. You can do this like weekly, daily, let the students present cultural stories, dongeng, proverbs, or traditions in their home languages. So here are some of my examples from my Korean class. So most of my students are, I'm volunteering to teach Korean at a community school here. So most of my students are Korean and born and raised in the US, meaning that they actually speak better English, right? So I think you can see in the example, allowing students to brainstorm in whatever language they feel comfortable with will enable them to believe in their full linguistic repertoire. And also you can see so these students started with just English. And when I asked him to write something, he tried to write like the mix of Korean and English, right? And then I can also see as a teacher, I can see from other students too that, maybe this student actually don't know how to say this in Korean. Or maybe like I can see a pattern, like, these students maybe like don't know maybe the structure of certain sentences. And then maybe I can create like a mini lesson so that I can kind of like give them more explicit feedback, right? I think I agree like with traditional ways of teaching, but I do believe that everything should be in the context, right? If you cannot connect if students cannot connect their learning with the context, I don't think they can remember, right? Lots of research actually backs up that idea. In my class, wanting to give my students space to express who they were and where they're coming from, I asked my students to tell us about their culture. So like what they miss and what their favorite food or place. They presented their myths, favorite places to visit, and favorite food with us. And at the end of each class, I gave students an exit ticket by asking simple questions like what it means to be polite in your culture, right? So my Indonesian student said, in Indonesia, it is considered very rude to deliberately embarrass someone. This might include raising your voice or making accusations. That is very rude in Indonesia, so don't do that, okay? So not only it was great for them to share, but it was also a great opportunity for other students to be culturally aware of other cultures. So, and also I highly recommend this activity. I actually have the link. Spending some time drawing or map. There are testing and fun ways to explore and share translanguaging experiences effectively. Languages don't just mean one standard language like Korean or Indonesian. They can be slang, dialect, body language, or anything students feel comfortable with. And of course, I know that a 30-minute session will not be enough to transform everyone or change the school system or policy, but I believe it can change you and how you can approach your language teaching. Instead of thinking about strategies or technical things you can do, think about how you can make your classroom more equitable for everyone involved. Translanguaging can look very different depending on your teaching goals and situations. Think of it as a continuum rather than a dichotomy. As I always do for my own students, I want you to explore and think about what ways you can do in your classroom or future classroom regarding translanguaging. So here are some questions to think about from Dr. Goli. And I want you to type some takeaways. And just remember, translanguaging is not just translating. Okay, it does not involve a direct word-for-word transfer from one language to another. Translanguage is not code switching, just like strict alteration between two distinct languages. Translanguaging is not about language separation. And translanguaging is not a deficit approach. And translanguaging is not only for bilingual or multilingual students. It can create a inclusive environment for everyone. So, thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Erne Kim, for such a great presentation and invaluable knowledge. And I believe all the participants here get new insight into teaching and learning English, especially about translanguaging. It's something new, I think. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite you to deliver a question to our keynote speaker, Ms. Erne Kim, Master of Arts. Please. Would you like to raise your hand, please, to ask directly to our keynote speaker?
Yeah. Love that.
Okay. Bapak Diki. Halo, Bapak Diki.
Yeah, hello.
Okay, would you like to ask a question to Ms. Erne Kim, please, Pak Diki?
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. Honorable Ms. Kim, thank you very much. Good morning. For the moderator also. Okay, may I introduce myself? My name is Diki. I'm from IKIP Siliwangi in master degree of English education. Okay, Ms. Kim, actually I have written my note on the chat box, but okay, thank you very much. I can speak it directly to you. Is it all right, Miss, if I use, what is it? I'm using Indonesian, English, sometimes Sundanese in my family with my children. Is it all right doing that? I mean, like, I would like to make them really better and smarter in English language, especially. And sometimes with my wife. And if it's all right, what are the benefits? What are the benefits if I use many language in my family? Or is there any disadvantage doing that? That's it. Thank you in advance, Ms. Kim.
Thank you so much for that question. I'm
My pleasure.
Yeah, I raised my 3 children multilingually too. So they all can speak English and Korean bilingual plus some Indonesian. And yeah, they're all learning like fourth language too. Like my second daughter is learning Spanish. My first daughter learned French. I
Wow.
think that
Bonjour. Comment ça va?
yeah. Merci beaucoup. So
Ah, c'est
like
très bien.
the benefit of learning different languages is that, I mean, it's research proof that their meta-linguistic awareness is better. And it's not just about cognitive ability.
Yep.
Like they can, and they're not afraid of learning different languages, especially my daughters, I can see that. And also, like you said, what I would care more though is that they should have like one language that is kind of strong thinking language. That's what I did with my kids. I exclusively use Korean at home. They could have a good authentic input in Korean at home. And then they learn English and Indonesian outside of, at school. So I think you need to think about, okay, how can I create authentic communities for my kids so that they can actually learn those? But these days, we talked about AI, we talked about technology, right? We do have lots of like videos and books and ebooks that children can learn from too. So I think, use them, use those resources so that they can be exposed to different, various authentic resources.
Wow.
Yes.
Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing, really. So I mean, like I can emphasize that the mental linguistic, they can develop their mental linguistic, and also their capability in speaking other language. Thank you so much, Miss Kim. Thank you so much. Sawang sulna, salam sulna.
Yes. Yeah. I'm happy to connect with you. And then here's the link for the slides you can use.
All right, Ms. Kim, there is a question more from Ayumi Putri. Is it okay?
Yes.
Okay, Ayumi Putri, would you like to ask a question to Ms. Kim? All right. Okay, I would like to read the question for you. Hello, Ms. Kim. I want to ask about translanguaging. Is it can encourage students to help each other in understanding content through shared language? And thank you.
Yes, that's right. Yes. So I think I want you to take this picture with you. Translanguaging is, I told you, it's a unitary system. So you do have in your brain different languages you can speak. Maybe I can speak a little bit of Mandarin, Indonesian, I speak English, Korean, right? So it's like a kind of a mix of these languages. And then depending on the interlocutor, who you are speaking to, we are so good at like choosing different languages, right? Like I'm speaking in English with you because it's an international conference. I will speak Sundanese with Bapak Badiki, or I will speak Indonesian with other people too, right? And then children growing up in this context are very good at this. So don't worry about like mixing languages. Because like it's bad for them. They're not gonna learn anything. Like I think if you give them enough input, enough output, enough interactions, they can learn it really well. And especially in the classroom setting, what I did was like I would always ask my student, okay, what does that mean in your language? And then they will say, oh, it's this, it's that. You can also use different kinds of visual aids too, if it's kind of hard to understand, right? Give them visual, like Google, try to Google images so that they can kind of understand what that means in their language. And then they will kind of click, oh, I know this. It's called this. And then they actually pick up faster English words in that way. I experienced. So yeah, think of those languages they're bringing in the classroom as assets, something valuable, not something, oh, don't speak that, like it's bad for you if you use that in English classroom. Like let them speak those languages and you listen to them and let them like feel accepted in your classroom so that, they will start liking you because you always accept them. Yes. Any more questions?
Okay, thank you very much for the great answer, Ms. Ene. Probably there is a participant. Her name is Nisrina Jasia. Okay, hello Nisrina. Would you like to ask a question to Miss Ene? Okay. Nisrina Jasia. Okay. Nisrina, would you like to ask your question directly to Miss Ene, or should I read it for you? Okay. Nisrina asked to you, Miss Ene, something random. Is it okay? What do you think? What's your favorite K-pop group? Is it okay to answer it?
Well, I don't really. I love K-drama better than K-pop. Ooh, K-drama. But like my kids like IVE. I should maybe learn more about.
Okay, thank you, Miss Ene. Forgive me. Okay,
Somebody
now
actually asked the question.
yes,
Jen,
one question more. One question more from Maureen. Okay, Maureen, would you like to ask directly to Miss Ene? Okay. Another.
Sure, but
okay, yes, Maureen, please.
yeah. So, hello, 안녕하세요. Currently, another language called Gen Alpha is booming right now, Miss Tis.
Yeah.
They often use it in the class. Can we
Yeah.
tolerate it, or should we continue to study for correct English, like Reese, like Sigma, like that?
Yeah. So I think if they're not cursing in your classroom, like using F word, S word, or like bad words, I would recommend like encourage use like whatever language they're bringing in the classroom, because that's their way of making English fun. And I think that is very important. If you kind of say, oh, don't use that, that's not standard, that's an ideology. You're saying that very refined, standard language is the best, and you don't get to use any other varieties. Maybe Gen Alpha English is another variety that you can welcome, and then they will like to use it with you. And then maybe you can, like, one day in class, okay, where is that from? For example, like, do you know where those expressions are from? Why don't we check that? And can we Google that? So like, use their interest and use their passion so that you can teach something through that. I'll recommend that. Yeah.
Thank you so much for the answer.
All right, thank you very much for the question and great answer from Miss Ene Kim. All right, ladies and gentlemen, finally we come to the end of this third panel session. Before we close this session, please allow me to hand over the certificate to our keynote speaker, Miss Ene Kim from Georgetown University in Washington, D.C., United States of America. Please, Miss Ene, yes, this is the certificate. I hope it will be useful.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
I love this.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, next we will have a photo session together. Please prepare. I would like to count down. We will take a picture in 3, 2, 1. All right. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention, and thank you very much to our keynote speaker, Ms. Ene Kim from Georgetown University in Washington, D.C. in United States of America. I'm Rati Inaya, and I hand it back to our Master of Ceremony, Bapak Trisnendri Syahrizal M. Hum. Good morning. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
ladies and gentlemen, isn't that very interesting? Talking about how cultures can be part of our learning process to help our students to improve their language. Una, thank you very much. It was very interesting. I also read the questions about K-pop. That was very interesting. And hopefully that everyone's also cheering on reading that kind of questions. Thank you very much for making your time being part of our event. Well, ladies and gentlemen, so now we are going to move to the other part of the presentations, which is the fourth session. But before that, we're going to see a wonderful performance. They're going to be performed by the representative of our students that have been collected as the Students Association of English Education Study Program. I will enjoy.
Salam alaikum,
Yup, that was amazing, wasn't it? So give a round of applause for our students in giving a performance. It's very interesting, very beautiful, very synchronized. So yeah, applause for them. Well, ladies and gentlemen, after we watch a very interesting performance from our students, and now we are going to return to our panel session. And this is going to be very interesting because we're going to meet everybody's teachers, right? So I would like to welcome Professor Basikin, MPhil, MEd, PhD. Good morning, Prof.
Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for taking your time, and thank you very much for being with us since early in the morning. We're really, really happy to have you in this webinar, Prof. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Basikin will not be alone, of course. We're going to also invite our fourth moderator. In these sessions, we're going to have Ibu Dr. Rina Mulyati, MPD, one of our colleague in English Education Study Program. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Ibu Rina gained her PhD, or doctoral degree, master degree, and also bachelor degree from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, or known as UPI. And her research interests include interculturally responsive EFL pedagogy, English textbook analysis, and critical discourse analysis. She also published several articles. One of them is Demystifying the Cultural Representation in International High School English Textbook, a Social Semiotic Approach and a Teacher's View. This is published in Educational Research and Evaluation, an international journal on theory and practice, Taylor and Francis, 2024. It's still hot from the open, yeah? So it's newly published. And the other article also published is a critical discourse analysis of cultural representation in language learning task, the case of an English language textbook used in Indonesian secondary school, also published by Taylor and Francis publisher in Asia Pacific Journal of Education. So this is going to be a very interesting session to have. Well, I will directly hand it over the microphone and the screen to Ibu Is.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The Honorable, our speaker, Bapak Profesor Basikin, PhD from Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, our distinguished participants, I am Rina Mulyani. It gives me great pleasure to be here to be the moderator for this session of today's international seminar. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we know that self-regulated learning is very essential for quality learning. So therefore, in this session, we would like to get a closer look into this topic, especially in the FL classroom in Indonesian context. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to greet Bapak Profesor Basikin. Assalamualaikum, Bapak.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Ibu.
Yeah, thank you very much for being here with us. It's a great opportunity for me to share this stage as the moderator for this session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to read a short biography of Bapak Profesor Basikin. He is a senior lecturer at the Department of English Language Education, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, where he has been teaching since 1999. He earned his Sarjana Pendidikan degree in English Education from Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta in 1998 and Master of Philosophy from Leiden University, Netherlands in 2001, and both Master of Education and Doctor of Philosophy in Education from in 2016 from Monash University. His research focuses on teacher professional development, teacher motivation, and teacher autonomy, including the development of a teacher autonomy scale and a model of professional development programs. With expertise in teacher self-efficacy, teacher beliefs, and teacher innovation. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. He is very remarkable. I am very truly impressed with his experience and achievement. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big applause to him.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, allow me to share my PowerPoint. Oke, Bapak Ibu, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Can everyone hear me? Okay, good. Okay, I'm also happy to be with you, and I have already been here since in the morning, and I think all the three previous presenters are inspiring. Now, let's move to another aspect of learning. So this actually very close to Pak Willy's presentation. I would like to talk about bringing quality learning in language classrooms. And I would like also to start with question. So these are questions for teachers. And could you please respond to the questions in your chat room? So now let's start with the first question. So this is very quantitative. So on a scale of 1 to 10, how successful are you in teaching English in the classrooms? On a scale of 1 to 10. Hopefully you will score 8, 9, or probably 10. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, 6. Why 6? Oh, sorry. Okay, now think about further questions. So when, say, for example, you scored 8 or 9. So when do you think your your English teaching is successful? So when the characteristics of successful teaching, or what desired classroom do you think it is considered successful teaching? Oh. Okay. So when I see the improvement of my student communicative competence, okay, when my students can answer, oh, that's very quick. That's good. Everyone active to discussion and happy about it. Okay, they can apply on their daily basis. Okay, that's good. At least they remember some of vocabulary. So you are very tolerant teachers. Oh, they are smiling at you. That's good. Okay, now that's about your classroom. Now about your students. Oh, why always look at this? So the next question: how happy are your students in your classroom on a scale of 1 to 10? So how happy they are in your classroom? Well, I have research on this. The title is Bringing Happiness in Language Classrooms. And what I'm going to present today is actually part of the big project, Bringing Happiness in Language Classrooms. So how can we make our students happy in the classroom? What teachers should do, and what the characteristics or what are the signals that your students are happy? Okay, let's have a look at the answers. 9, 10. Okay. Congratulations, Pak Yusuf. So you're happy, your students are totally happy in your classroom. Okay, okay, some of you wrote 7, 8. Okay, and let's move to the next question. What do you think makes your students happy? So what make them happy? Is it because you ask them to sing along in the classrooms, or because you play games, or what? Oh, okay. They enjoy teaching and in the class. Okay, doing brain coolers, okay, like playing game. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, now when you can say that your teaching is successful, it means that your instruction is good. Okay, the question is this one. So what is quality instruction like? Do you still remember Pak Willy's presentation about 5 principles of good teaching? Masih ingat nggak? The first one. Do you still remember that? So this is very close to Willy's presentation. But Willy's perspectives is about the principles of good teaching. There are 5 principles. The first one is differentiated learning. Okay, and second one is engaging your learners or your students, engage learning. And the third one is authentic learning. The fourth one is rare learning of thought material or taught materials. And then knowledge is socially constructed or collaborative learning. Now, I would like to ask, or I would like to bring you to different perspectives. It's almost the same actually, but I'm looking at a different perspective. So this is the critical characteristics of good instruction. So the first one is standard alignment is essential. So no matter how happy your students are in your classroom, when they don't achieve the standard, so your learning is not actually good. Okay, so this standard is very important. We are going to talk about what are the standards, what the standards of learning are, of English learning are. And then second one is quality is the key. Quality is the key. Probably you have already heard about practice make perfect. Okay, so perfect, being perfect is something related to quality. Who is can you set up the timer?
Yeah, we have set up.
You have already. Okay.
Yeah, it's already on the screen.
Yeah, I see it. So another 20 minutes. Okay, so quality is the key. Practice make perfect. But probably months ago, I learned probably a more appropriate saying. Not only practice make perfect, but perfect practice make perfect. So the practices that you give to your students should be perfect practice. Okay, not just practice, but perfect practice. So perfect practice make perfect. Okay, and then the next one is there should be something for everyone. So this is similar to Pak Willy's principle, distributed learning or differentiated learning. Okay, so there should be something for everyone. So when you are teaching, you are not only focusing on students who are clever. So you take it for granted for students, the students who do not perform well. And this one, Bapak Ibu, terutama yang guru ya. So how many of you teachers? Bu Eis, ada datanya nggak? Yang guru tuh berapa banyak? Are there half of the participants? Probably more than half of the participants. Yang school teachers ya.
It's almost 40 participants.
Oh, 40 participants. And how about the rest?
400 participants.
400 participants. Okay, that's good. Okay, I think all of you experience that when you are teaching, a number of students do not really participate. A number of students are anxious about their learning. They are not really happy. And unfortunately, sometimes or very often, these groups of students do not get enough attention, do not get enough support from the teachers. So rewards are normally given to those clever, those who are able to answer questions. So this is not appropriate, Bapak Ibu. So you should reward not only achievement, but you should also reward effort. So that's all students will got rewards. Dan ini Bapak Ibu juga sudah pernah dengar rajin pangkal pandai ya. Tapi Bapak Ibu pernah tidak berpikir sebaliknya, pandai pangrajin. Kenapa anak-anak yang pinter itu rajin? Karena mereka merasa pinter, mereka merasa bisa, anxiety-nya. Tapi kenapa yang merasa tidak bisa, mereka justru takut-takut, malu-malu, mau bertanya aja susah. Itu karena mereka merasa tidak bisa. So part of your duties, teachers and also lecturers, so make your students feel that they are capable of English or of doing English, that they are good at English. Okay, and the last one is learner engagement matters. Ini dari Pak Willy itu adalah engage learning. So teacher dominated learning is not good. So you should make your students actively engage in your present or in your teaching. So learner engagement matters. So itu Bapak Ibu ya. Kalau Pak Willy tadi ada 5 principles, saya menekankan pada 4 principles. There are lot of other characteristic good instruction. Tapi yang saya sampaikan sekarang 4 Bapak Ibu ya. Jadi yang the first one is standard alignment is essential. Jadi senang-senang di kelas itu hanya bonus harusnya. Yang terpenting adalah kalau anak SMK atau SMA setelah lulus itu bisa, kalau standarnya kurikulum merdeka itu adalah CEFR level B1, B1 ya itu SMP. Jadi kalau misalnya SMP itu mungkin ya A2 ya. Kalau gurunya tadi sudah sampaikan Pak Willy, minimal ya harusnya C1 ya. Kalau dosennya ya C2 plus ya. Okay. So this is the first part that I would like to say. The next one is, so this is the stage Bapak Ibu. Tadi adalah standards alignment is essential. Paling tidak kalau di sekolah, Bapak Ibu mengenal SK Kepala Badan Standar Kurikulum dan Asesmen Pendidikan ya. Bapak Ibu guru harus tahu betul. Karena karakteristik guru yang well informed with the policy, the government policies. Bapak Ibu guru, kalau yang belum membaca SK Kepala Badan Standar Kurikulum dan Pendidikan, itu belum guru yang baik. Karena ini standarnya Bapak Ibu. Kalau bahasa Inggris ada, kalau dulu ada standar Permendikbud nomor 15 tahun 2022. Kalau sekarang di satu dokumen Bapak Ibu, setidaknya ada 3 standar. Bapak Ibu tahu SNP ya, ada 8 standar nasional pendidikan. Di SK ini ada 3, bahkan ada 4 sebenarnya. Yang pertama adalah standar potensi lulusan. Yang tadi kalau SMA, SMK harusnya level B1, CEFR, Common European Framework of Reference for Language. Ya, jadi kalau di SK ini ada 4 standar, yang tadi SKL, and then the next one is Content Standard, yaitu capaian pembelajaran. Bapak Ibu kalau ngajar kan berdasarkan pembelajaran ya, learning outcomes. And then Process Standard. Di SK ini kebetulan hanya merekomendasikan satu batan, that English should be taught using genre-based approach. Nah ini mungkin kalau saya agak menyayangkan kalau suatu kebijakan hanya merekomendasikan satu approach, satu pendekatan. Because there are lots of teachers who probably do not know yet about what the genre-based approach is. Mungkin justru sebagian kecil yang sudah memahaminya. Then the next one is assess standard. So as teachers, you know that the standard of assessment, the reference that we are using in Kurikulum Merdeka is Common European Reference Frameworks for Language. Jadi Bapak Ibu, kalau yang belum melihat dokumen ini silahkan dilihat, karena ini adalah acuan mengajar Bapak Ibu. Jangan sampai mengajar tidak tahu acuannya. Jangan sampai kata temanku, kata ketua MGMP. Jadi jangan kata, tapi standards-nya itu apa, harus ada dokumen yang resmi. Okay, and then the next one is, now, so this is one character of quality language learning. Yang tadi juga sudah disampaikan oleh Pak Willy, tadi sudah disebut oleh Bu Ais, yaitu adanya self-regulated learning in the classroom. So, your teaching is good when you can bring self-regulated learning in your classroom, when students can become self-directed learners. Kalau Bapak Ibu sudah bisa membuat siswa-siswi Bapak Ibu menjadi self-directed learners, ngajar itu sangat gampang. Karena mereka akan belajar sendiri. Nah, secara sederhananya, kalau yang ada di chart yang di kanan, kalau secara gampangnya gini Bapak Ibu harus membuat siswa Bapak Ibu mengerti betul sebenarnya mereka harusnya bisa apa. Dan siswa-siswi Bapak Ibu harusnya bisa bertanya, what do I want to master when I learn English? Itu harus jelas ya. Jadi kalau misalnya Bapak Ibu jalan naik gunung, Bapak Ibu harus tahu betul puncak yang akan dituju yang mana. Harus selalu kelihatan. Kemudian yang kedua, what mastery do I have now? Sekarang bisa apa? When they can ask those two questions, there will be gaps between what they want to have and what they have now. Nah, kalau Bapak Ibu bisa membuat mereka tahu gaps-nya, kemudian mereka akan membuat learning agendas. Dan learning agendas is very customized depending on their own condition. Maka ini Bapak Ibu differentiated learning. Bapak Ibu di awal semester harusnya sudah mempunyai learning agendas siswa-siswi Bapak Ibu. Kalau bisa seperti itu, maka differentiated learning bisa Bapak Ibu lakukan. Because you are serving to support the agendas of the individual students. Jadi Bapak Ibu tidak ngajar semuanya sama. Kalau semuanya sama, tadi karakteristik yang there should be something for everyone itu belum tercapai. Okay, so this is self-directed learning, Bapak Ibu. So when learners become self-directed in the classroom, ini ciri-cirinya Bapak Ibu, yaitu when their basic psychological needs are fulfilled. So Bapak Ibu, saya orang motivasi ya, walaupun saya di PBI, tapi sebenarnya concern, my main concern is not really English language teaching, but my concern is teachers development, teachers psychology, students psychology, students well-being. And when we talk about motivation, my streamline is the self-determination theory of motivation. Self-determination theory of motivation, Deci and Ryan kalau Bapak Ibu yang mempelajari motivasi itu. Self-determination theory of motivation says that every human being has 3 basic psychological needs. When the needs are fulfilled, they will be happy. Their well-being will be high. Their well-being will be good. So what are the psychological needs? Oke, inilah 3 basic psychological needs ini Bapak Ibu. Yang pertama lah needs for competence. Semua orang itu butuh rasa bisa, butuh merasa bisa. Bapak Ibu kalau merasa bisa itu happy atau tidak happy? Happy mana merasa bisa dengan merasa tidak bisa? Merasa bisa ya? Maka ini Bapak Ibu, tugas guru, tugas dosen itu adalah membuat mereka merasa bisa. Dan membuat mereka merasa bisa itu jauh lebih mudah daripada membuat mereka benar-benar bisa. Tapi Bapak Ibu, when you can make them feel competence, they will make themselves competence. Jadi kalau Bapak Ibu bisa merasa mereka membuat dan mereka mengalami merasa bisa, dan merasa bisa itu bahagia Bapak Ibu. Dan orang itu kalau pernah bahagia, itu pasti akan berusaha untuk terus bahagia. Betul nggak? Kalau pernah bahagia itu akan mengulangi kebahagiaan nggak? Dan siswa itu tahu bahwa untuk bahagia itu harus bisa. Maka dia akan merasa bisa. Jadi tadi tidak hanya rajin pandai. Jadi rajin pangkal pandai itu kalau Bapak Ibu menasehati siswa-siswi. Tapi kalau menasehati diri sendiri, pandai pangkal rajin, buatlah siswa Bapak Ibu merasa pandai. Insya Allah mereka akan rajin. Karena mereka ingin selalu merasa bisa. Karena merasa bisa itu bahagia. And then needs for autonomy. Bapak Ibu kalau ngajar itu jangan dominasinya di guru terus. Tapi biarkan mereka juga mempunyai waktu, apakah itu dengan kerja kelompok, apakah dengan kerja individual. Jadi ngajarnya Bapak Ibu 30 menit saja mendominasinya. Tapi ya 70 menit biarlah mereka yang belajar. Dan mereka senang kalau mereka diberi waktu untuk bekerja dengan teman-teman mereka. Autonomy is freedom and trust. Beri mereka kepercayaan dan percayai mereka. Beri mereka kebebasan dan percaya mereka. And then the next one is needs for relatedness. Need for relatedness ya. Siswa-siswi Bapak Ibu itu butuh merasa bagian dari suatu kelompok. Jadi Bapak Ibu harus mendorong adanya komunitas in the classroom. Kelompok. Sering-seringlah membuat kegiatan berkelompok di kelas. So needs for related. When you can provide these 3 needs, when you can fulfill your students' needs, so your students will happy. Karena mereka merasa bisa, karena mereka merasa dipercaya, karena mereka merasa bagian dari kelompok. Ini ya, jadi ini teori dari self-determination theory of motivation. Okay, and then the next one, I will skip this one. Nanti silakan belajar sendiri. Okay, what do teachers need to do to facilitate self-directed learners? Tadi ya, Bapak Ibu ingatnya tadi ada 3 kebutuhan khusus atau 3 kebutuhan basic, 3 basic psychological needs of every human being. And when you can fulfill these needs, your students will happy and your students will start to be self-directed learners. Okay, then what can you do to make them self-directed learners? The first one is by providing autonomy support in the form of satisfaction of the 3 basic psychological needs of the students. Jadi kalau di istilah self-determination theory of motivation memang ada autonomy support. Autonomy support itu adalah upaya Bapak Ibu untuk memenuhi 3 kebutuhan psikologis dasar siswa-siswi Bapak Ibu. Gimana caranya? Providing learning materials that support their well-being. Providing learning experiences that support their well-being. And providing learning assessment that do not increase their anxiety, tapi juga membuat mereka happy. Okay, this is not easy, Bapak Ibu. You need to practice this and then have experience about it. And Bapak Ibu juga percaya ya, pengalaman adalah guru yang terbaik. Experiences are the best teachers. Kalau dari teori motivasi itu kurang lengkap Bapak Ibu. Jadi experiences are the best teachers itu kurang lengkap. Yang lebih lengkap itu adalah reflected experiences are the best teachers. Jadi yang bisa menjadi guru yang terbaik itu adalah pengalaman-pengalaman yang Bapak Ibu refleksi. Contohnya misalnya, ada seorang guru yang sudah ngajar 15 tahun, atau bahkan 20 tahun. Dan di setiap kelas, di awal semester, itu pasti ada siswa yang kalau misalnya suatu saat guru bertanya, "Okay, I have some questions." Begitu dengar I have some questions, sekelompok anak ini tiba-tiba berdebar-debar. Jantungnya itu tambah kenceng sambil berdoa, semoga bukan saya, semoga bukan saya. Ada nggak yang kayak gitu Bapak Ibu ya? Selalu ada ya. Guru yang merefleksi pengalamannya, dia punya komitmen, ini nanti 2 bulan saja anak-anak ini akan menjadi kalau ada pertanyaan mereka ngacung berebut mau jawab. Karena dia sudah punya jurus jitu untuk membuat anak-anak yang ketakutan kayak gitu, yang happy, menjadi happy. Karena 15 tahun pengalamannya direfleksi. Tapi ada guru yang, itu mah wajar, cuma 5 kok dari 32. Itu adalah guru yang tidak pernah merefleksi. Jadi tadi Rima talked about reflective practices. Guru itu juga harusnya termasuk orang-orang yang pinter merefleksi. Jangan sampai kalah dengan penjual nasi goreng di pinggir jalan, Bapak Ibu. Bapak Ibu amati tidak kalau beli nasi goreng. Itu ngipinya itu berapa kali? Mencicipinya. Bisa berkali-kali ya. Aduh, kayaknya kurang asin tambah. Kalau ya jangan di restoran besar itu sudah ditimbang semuanya. Garamnya itu berapa gram dan seterusnya. Tapi kalau yang di pinggir jalan tidak ditimbang. Tapi dia merefleksi nasi gorengnya sepanjang dia memasak. Padahal kira-kira itu mereka sudah memasak berapa ratus piring Bapak Ibu kalau menjual nasi goreng. Walaupun sudah pengalamannya luar biasa, tetap merefleksi Bapak Ibu. Juga kalau ibu-ibu kalau di rumah hari Sabtu, tiba-tiba siang-siang itu manggil-manggil, teriak-teriak manggil bapaknya. "Pak, Bapak di mana? Kesini bentar dong." Bapak lagi asik misalnya merawat burungnya misalnya, atau merawat ikannya. Tidak ada datang, "Ayo Pak, sini dong Pak." Ternyata hanya untuk diminta ngicipi sayurnya. itu kalau di rumah itu reflektif banget. Jadi Bapak Ibu, reflecting your practices should not only be done only at the end of your semesters, tapi juga di awal semester, di tengah-tengah ngajar, di akhir ngajar. Kalau baru ngajar 5 menit kok ada 2 orang siswanya yang menguap, itu juga harus direfleksi. Kenapa dia menguap ya? Padahal baru 15 menit. Jadi itu Bapak Ibu, and the result of reflection, you should use that. Okay, so this is possible activities or methods or techniques that encourage self-directed learners. Banyak Bapak Ibu, hampir semuanya bisa. Tapi saya akan mempromosikan ini Bapak Ibu. Saya akan mempromosikan group works as autonomy support. Group work as autonomy support. Tadi kalau group works, saya percaya group works itu bisa memenuhi ketiga kebutuhan psikologis dasar anak. Contohnya misalnya, needs for competence. When they are doing activities in the group, even for students who are not really confident, they feel safe, they feel comfortable. Paling-paling dia mengatakan, aku mungkin nggak bisa, tapi temanku bisa. Gitu ya. Kemudian juga peer learning itu nanti akan membuat mereka juga lebih mampu. Kemudian needs for autonomy. Jadi Bapak Ibu ini yang guru ya Bapak Ibu ya. Grup itu ada tekniknya. Jangan sampai mengatakan kayak gini, for the next 10 minutes you are going to work with your friends or your groups doing exercise 3. Nah, biasanya guru itu kalau diam 10 menit itu rasanya kayak setahun. Jadi diam itu nggak bisa. Kemudian baru 5 menit ada yang tanya, have you finished? Ada yang kayak gitu nggak Bapak Ibu guru? Kalau nungguin group works, janjinya 10 menit, saya minta 3 menit ya Bu ya untuk wrap up. Ini ternyata udah habis waktu saya. Jadi belum 10 menit sudah bertanya. Atau mondar-mandir nanya, ngerecoki, sudah sampai nomor berapa? Jadi kalau instructionnya only for the next 10 minutes going to work with your groups doing exercise 3, itu harusnya nggak merecoki, kecuali kalau perintahnya gini, for the next 10 minutes you are going to work with your groups doing exercise 3. In the meantime, I'm going around in case there are people needs help misalnya. Boleh muter tapi jangan ganggu. Because when your students working in the groups, mereka menikmati kebersamaannya, mereka menikmati the needs for competence, the needs for relatedness, and the needs for autonomy. Jadi itu ya Bapak Ibu. Yang sisanya nanti silakan kalau ada mau pertanyaan. Ada beberapa slide yang saya tidak bicarakan. Ada 18 slide, tapi yang lain bisa Bapak Ibu pelajari. Cukup untuk presentasi saya Bu Elis. Mungkin ada pertanyaan, silahkan Bapak Ibu.
Okay, thank you very much Bapak for the presentation which is very interesting and comprehensive. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the question and answer session. We have approximately 15 minutes here for this session. Okay, for the audience who have questions, please post your question into the chat box or click raise hand emoticon. Okay, now I would like to read one question from one of our participants. Dear Professor, I have a question. Is self-regulated learning a hard skill or soft skill variable? And related to metacognition, are they two different things? Thanks in advance. Please, Bapak.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Pak Diki. Well, I would say that self-regulated learning is a cognitive skills. Okay, cognitive skills. So it could be about metacognition. This is not really soft skills because it's include and it's cover a lot of soft skills in self-regulated learning. Now, if you okay, when we talk about motivation, so self-regulation is actually is closely related to motivation in learning. Bapak biasanya kalau orang Indonesia, anak-anak Indonesia belajar bahasa Inggris itu bukan karena senang bahasa Inggris, tapi pasti karena itu adalah school subject which is obligatory. So the initial motivation is actually external, gitu ya. Sangat jarang yang terutama anak-anak SMP itu yang belajar bahasa Inggris di kelas karena motivasi intrinsik, karena kesukaan. Kalau belajarnya di luar kelas, misalnya extramural learning, yang extramural ya, bukan ekstrakurikuler. Ekstrakurikuler masih extrinsic. Tapi kalau they who used to doing extramural learning, maka motivasinya baru itu intrinsik. Tapi kalau di kelas itu extrinsic. Maka banyak yang guru mengatakan, oh, siswa saya itu nggak ada motivasi belajar bahasa Inggris. Terutama saya sering berbicara dengan guru-guru di Sumatera misalnya, di perkebunan sawit. Mereka siswa-siswanya nggak termotivasi karena mereka nggak melihat benefits-nya. Oh, toh saya lulus nanti langsung kerja di perkebunan. Oke ya. So but don't worry. Self-determination theory of motivation view that initial extrinsic motivation could be more intrinsic if internalization happened. Ya, jadi kalau terjadi internalisasi, jadi kalau gini, kalau di self-determination motivation, motivasi ekstrinsik itu dibagi menjadi 4 atau paling tidak 3 ya. Yang pertama itu adalah external regulation. External regulation itu kalau seseorang melakukan sesuatu karena konsekuensi dari luar. Misalnya kalau bahasa Inggris, kalau tidak mengerjakan tugas, nanti dihukum oleh gurunya. Ini adalah negative consequences. Dihukum oleh gurunya. Atau kalau aku belajar bahasa Inggris dan nilainya bagus, saya ada bonus dari ibu. Itu adalah external regulation. Jadi dia melakukan sesuatu karena konsekuensi dari luar. Itu sebenarnya juga cukup bagus untuk memperkuat motivasi. Kemudian yang kedua adalah ada yang namanya introjected regulation. Jadi seseorang melakukan sesuatu karena konsekuensi dari dalam diri sendiri. Misalnya siswa misalnya, oh saya mengerjakan PR karena kalau saya mengerjakan PR, saya merasa happy, saya tidak merasa bersalah, itu ya. Itu jadi konsekuensinya dari dalam diri sendiri. Tetap juga konsekuensi negatif atau positif. Ini sudah lebih bagus. Ada yang because yang namanya adalah identified regulation. Itu karena siswa sudah mulai mengidentifikasi the instrumentality of the behavior. Oh, saya belajar bahasa Inggris karena besok kalau saya pintar bahasa Inggris, saya akan mudah dari pekerjaan. Dan itu sudah lebih bagus ya, sudah lebih intrinsik. Jadi itu Pak Diki. Jadi I think this is metacognition because self-regulated learning is cognitive skills and it incorporated many soft skills. Ada penerimaan, ada juga mindset, ada mindsetnya juga. Mindset itu kan orang yang mindsetnya itu fix mindset mengatakan, oh kok kamu nggak bisa bahasa Inggris? Aku memang nggak bakat, memang tidak ditakdirkan bisa bahasa Inggris. Tapi kalau yang growth mindset mengatakan sukses itu apa tuh? Success is depending on how much we invest and how much we learn. Mungkin bakat bahasa Inggris saya tidak bagus, tapi saya belajarnya 3 kali lipat dari orang-orang yang lain. Maka bahasa Inggrisnya akan menjadi lebih bagus, gitu ya. Jadi itu Pak Diki. I think that self-regulated learning is a type of metacognition skill.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much,
Okay.
Professor.
Langsung saya baca aja ya Bu ya. daripada ada transfernya nanti. Yang kedua pertanyaan dari Ijazul Rahman, Pak Ijazul Rahman. Federalism in schools affect the education system. Yes, of course. Hanya masalahnya adalah lebih banyak negatifnya yang diambil. Walaupun feudalism will have good aspects, terutama dalam hal pendisiplinan dan seterusnya. Tapi biasanya yang diambil itu banyak hal-hal buruk. Contohnya misalnya, saya merasa bahwa sebenarnya di oleh Belanda juga ada baiknya. Hanya mungkin tidak menangkap. Saya kebetulan master saya yang pertama itu di Belanda. Saya dulu sebelum berangkat saya itu kursus bahasa Belanda. Tapi setelah di Belanda itu nggak bisa, susah untuk belajar bahasa Belanda. Beda dengan kalau di Australia, di Inggris tuh belajar bahasa Inggris masyarakat itu gampang. Di Belanda itu susah. Why? Because almost all people in the Netherlands, from younger kids to old grandpa, grandmas, they speak English very well. Mereka belajar bahasa Inggris sangat baik. Mereka bicara bahasa Inggris sangat baik. Jadi pada saat saya awal di Belanda, saya mencoba pakai bahasa Inggris misalnya di supermarket misalnya. Kemudian I was struggling to speak Dutch. Tiba-tiba kasirnya berubah ke bahasa Inggris. Itu kan seperti kalau Bapak Ibu merasa sedang Kelly, Bapak Ibu tahu nggak Kelly? Kalau orang berenang kemudian tidak bisa berenang kemudian terbawa arus itu ya. Itu kan pelepah pisang pun itu buat pegangan. Walaupun kalau sudah sadar dia tidak. Jadi seperti itu. Jadi tiba-tiba kasirnya berubah ke bahasa Inggris ya, saya otomatis ke bahasa Inggris. Jadi susah untuk belajar Belanda di sana kalau tidak tinggal di homestay katakanlah dengan family. Beda dengan kuliah di Inggris, otomatis kalau Bapak Ibu bawa istrinya cepat belajar bahasa Inggris juga. Tapi kalau di Belanda, belajar bahasa Belanda itu sangat susah. Karena kalau kita lagi kesulitan berusaha berbicara, mereka langsung membantu dengan mereka berbicara bahasa Inggris. Jadi itu ya Pak. Ya, jadi probably there are effects, there are influences of feudalism in schools to education system in Indonesia. Tapi banyak di jeleknya. And then the next one from Rani Ramdayani. I would ask you of increasing student self-confidence. Okay. When talking about self-confidence, yang kalau itu masih rendah ya, yang paling berperan itu adalah bagaimana guru supporting their learning. Yaitu Bapak Ibu jadilah guru, Bapak Ibu dosen, jadilah guru yang generous. Jadi kalau salah, jangan, gitu aja salah gimana sih? Kayaknya banyak guru yang kayak gitu ya. Harusnya, okay, that is a very nice try. That is a very nice try. Jadi selalu dipuji ya, dan dipujinya bukan sambil nyinyir, tapi pujian yang tulus. Jadi lama-lama mereka akan confidence. Contohnya ya, saya pernah punya penelitian dengan mahasiswa saya, judulnya 3 questions. 3 questions ya, 3 pertanyaan. Ini tadi mengatasi anak-anak yang anxiety-nya tinggi terhadap bahasa Inggris, karena mereka merasa nggak bisa. Maka desainnya adalah pada saat guru mempunyai target, saya akan men-treat mahasiswa A. Saya sediakan 3 pertanyaan. Dari 3 pertanyaan itu, 2 pertanyaan yang guru yakin bahwa siswa bisa menjawab. Kalau itu reading, ya berilah pertanyaan-pertanyaan scanning yang jawabannya ada di situ. Kemudian satu pertanyaan, a question that he or she needs to struggle. Probably it will end up with wrong answers. Tapi nggak apa-apa. Bisa menjawab 2 dari 3 pertanyaan, itu kalau anak-anak yang tadinya merasa takut dengan bahasa Inggris, merasa nggak bisa, jadi merasa bisa ya. Dan itu adalah pengalaman yang luar biasa bagi anak-anak yang tadinya merasa tidak bisa bahasa Inggris, merasa bisa hari. Dan itu sudah terbukti when we discuss the research with parents. a parents told us that one day, hari, anaknya itu, kebetulan di desa ya Bapak Ibu, anaknya itu pulang dari sekolah itu berlari, masih ngos-ngosan mencari ibunya, mengatakan, Bu, hari ini aku iso loh bahasa Inggris, bahasa Jogjanya. Hari ini saya bisa bahasa Inggris. Oh tenane, iya aku hari ini ditanya 3 kali Bu, aku bisa jawab 2 loh Bu, dengan sangat happy, dengan sangat antusias. Jadi menjawab 2 pertanyaan dari 3, satunya salah, itu merasa bisa. Dan kata ibu, sejak saat itu dia mulai mau belajar bahasa Inggris. Kenapa tadi saya katakan? Karena merasa bisa itu bahagia dan setiap orang itu ingin menguji kebahagiaan. Maka dia mulai rajin. Maka tadi saya mengatakan, make your students feel that they are capable. Buatlah mereka merasa bisa. Kalau mereka merasa bisa, karena mereka tahu merasa bisa itu bahagia, mereka akan berusaha. Jadi ternyata anak ini mulai berusaha. Yang tadi itu kalau ada pelajaran bahasa Inggris rasanya males berangkat, sekarang happy, jadi rajin. Jadi tadi ya Bapak Ibu, pandai pangkal rajin. Pandai pangkal rajin. Jadi jangan hanya rajin pangkal pandai, tapi pandai pangkal rajin. Oke, itu ya yang self confidence ya. Jadi Ibu harus support your students, support yang tulus ya supaya mereka confidence dan confidence kan levelnya beda-beda. Ada anak yang sangat confidence, ada anak yang sangat tidak confidence. Tapi Bapak Ibu bisa membangun itu. And then
excuse me, Bapak. We have limited time. I think it's time for us to end this session.
Okay.
We
1 minute final remarks, Ibu.
Oh, okay. Yes, please, Bapak. Okay, please, Bapak, to deliver the closing remarks.
Okay, thank you. So Bapak Ibu, when you want to have quality instructions, so first of all you have to align your teaching with the standard. Okay, so happy in the classroom because teachers bring games, because teachers ask them to sing along. It's not a guarantee of a good instruction. Kalau ternyata bahasa Inggrisnya tidak tambah, lagi nyanyinya pakai bahasa Jawa, bahasa Sunda, bahasa Indonesia yang nggak supporting itu ya. Tapi standard. Kemudian tadi engage learning istilahnya Pak Willy. Jadi Bapak Ibu jangan terlalu mendominasi. Mulai sekarang refleksi Bapak Ibu. Bapak Ibu itu kalau ngajar dominasi Bapak Ibu itu berapa persen? Kalau saya nilai UKIN PBG itu masih 80%. 80% ya. Guru bisa ngomong. Walaupun ada aktivitas siswa itu hanya respon ya. Kemudian yang ketiga adalah there should be something for one. Differentiated learning tadi. Jadi jangan semua disamakan. Harus Bapak Ibu harus melihat perbedaan-perbedaan. Kemudian yang terakhir tadi, apa yang keempat ya? Saya pernah lupa. Yang keempat, engage learning, and then there should be some. Quality is essential. Jadi Bapak Ibu harus selalu orientasinya kualitas. Itu ya. Bapak Ibu bisa practicing, tapi tidak hanya practicing, tapi practicing yang benar. Perfect practice make perfect. Itu ya. Jadi paling enggak hari ini ada update tadi experience are the best teachers menjadi reflected experience are the best teachers. Rajin pangkal pandai menjadi dengan pandai pangkal rajin. And then practice make perfect menjadi perfect practice make perfect. Bu, mohon maaf kalau kurang apa ya, tidak semua bisa saya sampaikan. Ternyata pendek sekali waktunya. Nanti kalau misalnya ada inquiry silakan bisa email saya. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Bapak, for the closing remark. And now I think I would like to hand over a certificate.
Thank you.
Okay, this is the certificate, Bapak. Thank you very much. Okay, now we have a photo session. In my count, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, Bapak, for your participation to be the speaker in our seminar. I hope we can see again in our next event, Bapak. Again, I would like to say thank you very much. Okay,
Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your participation. Yeah, I hand it back to the MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Oh, habis ini saya leave ya, Bu ya.
Baik, Bapak.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, and good luck with the conference.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Professor, for the amazing presentation. Of course, thank you very much to my partner, Ibu Ais. Thank you very much. So that was very interesting. And then I noticed that now we are approaching Azan Zuhr, but then we still have one more panel speaker who going to mark our last panel session. But then before I continue, I also would like to deliver our sincere apology for the delay made due to technical issues, Bapak Ibu. So, but we believe that everybody here is still enjoy to take part in this panel session. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we are approaching to our last panel session. And then for this session, we are going to have Beta Mireka Jakubowska. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. How are you?
Excellent. I'm very good.
Nice to meet you
I'm
again.
currently in Europe and it is dark, the middle of the night.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Then good afternoon in Indonesia then. All right. So very nice to meet you again. I think once we met before in one of the presentations. So it's an honor to meet you again. But to lead these sessions, they're not going to be me who's going to accompany you for these sessions. We're going to have one of my sister in this college. All right. She is Ibu Dr. Isri Laila Shatro MPD. Right, she's my partner in teachings, also in several activities as well. Before we proceed to the session, please allow me to inform you a little information about our moderator. Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, ladies and gentlemen, Ibu Dr. Isri Laila Shatro MPD is a full-time lecturer in English language education study program of IKIP Siliwangi. She also serves as a lecturer in both the pre-service and in-service teacher or PPG Pendidikan Profesi Guru program. In these roles, she contributes to preparing and improving the competency of teacher candidates and certified teachers across Indonesia. She earned both her master's and doctorate degree in English language education from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, solidifying her expertise in teaching English as a foreign language or EFL. Dr. Isri research interest lies in the methodology of English language teaching. He's actively contributed to academic field by publishing several journals and articles on English language teaching and learning. Her works have been presented in both local and international conferences, showcasing her commitment to advancing educational practice. Last but not least, beyond teaching and research, Ibu Isri also has a passion in writing. She has authored several fiction and non-fiction books. Her latest publication is a Life Today's book. This is a national English textbook for Phase F based on Curriculum Merdeka, published by the Ministry of Education and Culture of Indonesia. So I think, again, that this session, even though this is the live, is going to be epic, I believe, because we have two amazing women who are going to present of something really interesting. Well, without further ado, I would like to hand it over the microphone to Ibu Isri.
Hello, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Beata. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, everyone, I hope you are still feeling energized as we head to the final keynote session of ILEC 2024. And it is such an inspiring day for me because we are about to conclude with a topic that truly captures the spirit of this event. I am Isri Laila Shatro and I'll be your moderator for this session, and it is absolutely my pleasure to introduce you to our keynote speaker, Beata Mireka Jakubowska from Intercultural Education Consulting Group. Beata, what time is it in Poland?
At the moment, it is almost 6 in the morning.
Wow.
So I've got a couple of hours.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Beata is an experienced English and EAL teacher with a strong background in international and intercultural education. She specializes in blended learning, personalized online education, and also innovative curriculum design to prepare 21st century learners. Beata is also committed to empowering educators and also learners through innovative and meaningful educational experiences. She has developed and conducted impactful programs such as LEAD course on digital literacy for Indonesian academic teachers in collaboration with USINDO. Yeah? She also led the Connected Learning Project, promoting international online collaboration among high school English teachers and students. Beata also design and deliver GRAPS, a critical thinking and digital literacy program for Indonesian students aspiring to study in the USA, and also launch an international professional development program for teachers based on her book, Meta, Mastering Education Through Awareness. Today, her presentation is entitled Transforming Education, Cultivating Metacognitive Awareness, Reflection, Critical Thinking in Students. And this session will last for about 30 minutes. 45 minutes, 30 minutes for presentation and 15 minutes for the question and answer session. If you all guys have questions during the presentation, just write it down in the chat box and I will read later in the question and answer session. So without further ado, Beata, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Let me share my screen. I think it's here. Okay. My screen?
Yes, it's in.
Okay, so first of all, many thanks for the introduction, and I'm actually very glad to be following Professor Basikin's presentation, as I have more support for his message. Let me see where I am.
Hi, Bata. Thank you.
Yes, I listened and I understood some of the Indonesian as well, so that was very good. I was glad about that. So what I want to say today, first of all, to welcome all of the teachers tuning in from Indonesia and from other countries, and the fact that I'm very excited to be here again. And I want to share today with you some strategies for transforming education, because as you can see in the pictures, we can all agree that in our lives, every aspect has changed, from technology to social norms. They're constantly evolving. Our cars have changed, our cities have changed, our technology is changing basically at an unprecedented rate, as we know. So it's not surprising that teachers and educators are facing this major paradigm shift to take place from knowledge transmitters to facilitators of learning in a classroom full of actively engaged students, like Professor Basikin said. And this process of transformation is already happening. But even the most dedicated and experienced teachers like yourselves may be struggling with uncertainty of how to adapt or extend their teaching repertoire. So for those who don't know me, I've been an educator in international schools and intercultural environments for several decades. And as a dedicated and innovative practitioner, thank you very much, Dr. Isri, for introducing me like that. I believe in sharing with my fellow educators some practical strategies. So that's what I'm going to be doing today, sharing something that you can immediately address in your classroom. Because I'm pretty sure that many of you are asking questions like, how can I boost my students' confidence? How can I address challenges like low motivation? Professor was talking about that. Why don't my students take ownership of their learning? How can I promote self-regulated learning? So I know that many people struggle with similar student issues. So today I want to share some strategies that I have successfully implemented in my own teaching practice, and also shared it with other teachers who have reported that it works. So students' success through engagement can be achieved. So I'm hoping that we can transform today's education with these strategies, because the answer to all of your questions is the implementation and the cultivation of metacognition, critical thinking, and collaborative reflective learning. Now, before we discuss them and show you how to implement them, I want to show you how teachers feel about those concepts, because those are maybe big words. And recently at a webinar, I asked teachers, how familiar are you with the concepts of metacognition, critical thinking, and collaborative reflective learning in educational settings? And you can see the results over here. As you can see, many are in the same situation. They heard something about it. They maybe know a little bit about it, but not much. But many teachers want to learn more so that they can begin adjusting their practice. So to get to the same page, let's just briefly look at metacognition, which in the educational context is one's awareness and control over one's thinking of learning. So what does this mean? It means two things: metacognitive knowledge and metacognitive regulation. So you may already know very well that metacognitive knowledge can be divided into declarative knowledge, which is knowledge about how the brain and the memory work, and knowledge of different learning methods and strategies. We know it, but students don't. Procedural knowledge, which is knowledge about how to implement different learning strategies, and conditional knowledge, which is knowing when and why we need to use different strategies. And metacognitive regulation is the ability to plan and monitor and evaluate somebody's own learning process. So to transform education, we want our students to know and apply all of these, all of the above. So why metacognition? The student's learning mindset. And this regardless of age, this is regardless of age and regardless of field of study. So metacognition and reflective learning can also develop the competence of self-management, and this in turn helps students achieve personal and future professional growth. And that's exactly what we want to do to empower them. It's also especially very helpful when students are overwhelmed, when they are tired, when they are worn out and, ready to quit sometimes. So that has actually been an issue recently, especially during and after the pandemic. So teaching students how to think metacognitively, to be actually aware of their learning power and their skills, can also support them in the current mental health crisis, and help them, with the power of understanding what they are capable of. So let's first check, what is it that we as teachers want? Let's ask ourselves, what improvements in our students' learning abilities would we like to achieve or observe in our classroom? Okay, so maybe if you could write in the chat just 1 or 2 words, try to maybe write a different idea than people before you. For example, better attention or greater focus, or whatever it is that you would like your students to improve. Just let's take 1 minute to write.
Okay, you can write down the answers in the chat box, Bapak Ibu.
You can write in Bahasa, it's okay.
Yes, in Bahasa too.
Self-confidence in speaking English, yes, excellent. Be brave, be active, better speaking, absolutely, yes. Okay, maybe some people are still writing, but I think that this is a very good start. Please continue writing if you feel, there you go, be confident, active, and fun in the classroom, absolutely. So you know how you want the students to change. And today, hopefully, I can inspire you how to transform your teaching practice in the classroom so those changes can actually take place. If it is metacognition is a very useful tool for developing that competence of self-management, which means effective regulation and control of one's own behavior and emotions and thoughts. And that's what we need in our classrooms, right? That effective regulation, self-regulation, and control that is done by the students themselves. So let's think about the students that we have in our classrooms. Just kind of close your eyes and think about your students. How important is this competence for them right now? It involves, as you can see, several components, and that is self-awareness. the understanding of one's emotions and strengths and weaknesses and values, and also motivators. So if we think about our students, their young minds can definitely benefit from such understanding, which as educators we can incorporate into our lessons as we teach our respective subjects and content. There's emotional regulation, the ability to manage and respond to one's emotions in a healthy and productive manner. For example, staying calm under pressure, handling stress, and avoiding impulsive actions. The self-motivation, that's the ability to set personal goals, stay committed to achieving them, and maintain that positive attitude. And as we know, when students work for just grades and just for external motivators, like maybe, I don't know, money or presents, they only achieve short-term goals. And self-motivation can be developed through specific types of instruction in school and help students become lifelong learners. So that's something that I want to show you today. So here's a look at a practical scenario. We want to look here at the roles of the students and the role of the teacher who transforms into a facilitator of learning. That paradigm shift must take place in order to trigger that metacognitive awareness. As you can see, the page is in English and in Bahasa Indonesia. That's a page from the Meta book, which I will tell you about in a moment. So the task here is pretty simple. To generate a set of guidelines for the students to agree to and to follow to the best of their abilities, of course. I've done it for many, many years in my classes. This can be done at the beginning of the semester, at the beginning of the year. January is coming up, so you will have a great time to implement this scenario and new ways of learning together. So let me demonstrate this chain of critical thinking that you can model in the classroom. So if you can also focus on some issues like we want everyone to feel good about their learning, right, students? Which means what? We don't laugh when someone makes a mistake. Why is that? Because we learn from the mistakes, don't we? Okay, etc., etc. So as you demonstrate to the students your own thought process, you can also convince the students that it actually makes sense to be helping each other to learn and to be supporting each other in their learning and not laughing at them and not making them ashamed or afraid to speak. That's exactly what you said, better speaking, be confident, be active. They're not going to be active if they are ridiculed or if they are afraid to speak. So this makes a huge difference in their learning mindset and prepares them for that awareness of their own learning power. Okay, so you can see that this transformation can happen when you change your approach. So development of this self-management continues with more skill areas that are essential for lifelong learning. For example, time management, like prioritizing tasks, setting deadlines, avoiding procrastination. And we have to not assume that someone else has taught our students these skills. That's a very important idea to keep in your mind. Explicitly teaching this skill and practicing again and again throughout each year is crucial for lifelong learning. One teacher is not going to be able to do that. Everyone needs to be doing that. Adaptability. This is also includes being open to new ideas, learning from experience, being flexible in the face of change. And we can agree that there's a lot of change happening nowadays. So that adaptation to constantly changing circumstances may be life-saving. stress management, goal setting, and achievement. And that is a truly empowering skill, like planning, monitoring progress, adjusting strategies. Again, this needs to be taught explicitly and nurtured in every class and every subject. Because reflective learning, excuse me, plays a crucial role over here. Excuse me. So here's another scenario that you can use right away. And it focuses on goal setting. You've probably heard about SMART goals. It's not just setting them, but also verifying the goals after a certain period of time. That's this reflective learning element. We're pretty good at goal setting, but if you tell students what the lesson objectives are, of course, we all do it. But are the students really aware of those objectives? Are they internalizing those objectives? Are they understanding how they can achieve them? And what small steps can they take to get closer to a successful outcome? So this is where the SMART goal setting comes in, and also the verification of that goal. Okay, so we check, are we on the right track? Are the goals too ambitious or too easy? How can we adjust them? We don't challenge ourselves, we don't learn. So what can we do to adjust this? So it's a skill that students can keep practicing in any class, from elementary school to all the way to university, of course, adjusted to age and subject matter for the questions. And some more self-management is the important skill of decision making. In reality, only critical thinking and weighing options using a variety of strategies to assess the pros and cons can help make those decisions. So it's a crucial element to learn at school, at all grade levels, of course, again, appropriately adjusted to the age of development. So summing up the process of developing self-management and competences, students begin realizing that these are essential for their personal development, for supporting their perhaps ambitions of effective leadership, perhaps for achieving professional success in the future. So they begin functioning autonomously by themselves. They maintain their productivity. They're really learning for themselves, and they contribute to their personal environment, to the school, to the family. They volunteer. They basically change their mindset. So, like I said before, self-management competencies need to be taught in school because they are crucial for the lives of the students. So these advantages, so let's think about these advantages of empowering the students with critical thinking and reflecting learning. I remember even back in 2004, that's 20 years ago, in the report, How People Learn, the National Academy of Sciences in the United States synthesized decades of research on the science of learning. And 20 years ago, one of the three key findings of this work was the effectiveness of a metacognitive approach to instruction, because the advantages are improved learning outcomes, because when students understand their learning processes, they can adjust their strategies to be more effective. It's the increased independence. Cultivating metacognition encourages students to take charge of their learning. So this comes together with the shift in the teacher-student roles, right? Students stop depending only on the teacher. They start to identify and use the resources. They understand strategies that work for them. And that independence allows them to by the time they reach university, to be fully developed if they are cultivated throughout. And of course, that's what we want, right? We also have better problem-solving skills for reflective learners, right? Because reflective learners are better problem solvers, right? They break down the process into smaller parts. They reflect before and after and evaluate all these possible solutions and enhance critical thinking. And that goes together with metacognition. And how can it be developed? Professor Basikin also said that encouraging questions, discussions, practicing problem solving and reflective thinking, teaching logical reasoning, and exposing students to different perspectives. And I will tell you how to do that in just a moment. So summing up this part of the solutions, both teachers and students gain from implementing critical thinking, reflective learning, and metacognition. So part two, how do we do this? We might know that we need to be exposing students to different perspectives, but the question is, how do we do this? And the answer, the solution that I think if you're an English teacher in SMA or SMP, you're actually going to love this. The answer is connected learning. And collaborative and reflective learning, in which the critical thinking is already deeply rooted. And we can look at this transformational and award-winning program. So this is connected learning, which is implementing international and intercultural online student collaboration focused on 21st century skills. And the aim of this project is to increase the teachers' competences and modernize pedagogy thanks to the implemented innovations and international cooperation of students. So in a nutshell, if you teach English, your class gets connected with another class in another school, and it can be from the same city or another city or another country. And the point is to learn the language together through mini project-based lesson tasks. So it's a transformational strategy to empower students with confidence in speaking English, a purpose for learning English, and joyful and collaborative learning process. So in competition with hundreds of educational projects implemented in 2024, there were in fact 186 projects, Connected Learning has been honored with the prestigious European Language Label 2024 certificate. This is the European Award for Innovation in Language Teaching and Learning. And as noted by the ELL, the chosen initiatives shine for their creativity, community involvement, and hands-on approach to language education. And this is the reason why I am in Europe. I was supposed to be in Indonesia, but I flew in to receive this award. You can see this. This was yesterday in Warsaw, in Poland. The whole Connected Learning team is very proud of this achievement. And I'm personally super proud of initiating this project that has the power to change your teaching practice and truly make a difference in the lives of your students and help them develop their lifelong learning skills. And I know I've used it for many years and connected students for many years. So this is that certificate, which is now sitting on my desk. So please do connect. I will share the information how to do this. So when you receive the PDF of this deck, you will gain access to all of these tools that you just saw for English teachers. There is the Strengths Finder Analyzer, which helps you assess your skills. There's a Teach Hybrid webinar and video guides. The word hybrid is actually used in a different way, so don't be afraid of it. You know, it's not the pandemic hybrid. 8 thematic units with 8 fully equipped interactive lessons, and these tools will you'll be able to successfully implement this collaborative and intercultural learning supported by metacognition as well. So they are full of project-based learning activities and added reflective learning to build lifelong learning skills. So here's a little clip that showcases the student outcomes. So we connected students and took photographs of them working in the classes, as you can see during group work. Their presentations, their books, their maps were absolutely amazing. And they were learning lifelong skills as well. Planning a trip for 2 weeks, that's a hard skill.
Enggak, Bang.
Berapa orang ambil aja?
So there are different themes, and all of the themes are in every country's curriculum for English, just about every class. So there's always someone. And the presentations were absolutely amazing. Have a look at this one. Just a few seconds.
My BlackBerry is not working.
Here, the BlackBerry is a reference to a company that makes phones, while showing the food item is there.
What's about it? Run out of juice?
Ran out of juice is a phrase used when saying that a car ran out of gasoline, or an electronic device ran out of batteries. When interpreted literally, can mean that the fruit has no liquid inside.
It was amazing, really. They were happy, I was happy, and they told me that it had been the best project they had ever taken part in.
What was great about this model to see their engagement, enthusiasm, and how they overcame their shyness.
How did you like the collaboration project?
So I very like the collaboration project because I could work with my classmates, I could use my IT skills. We created a map and we were speaking in English, so I improved it a lot.
The project taught me about the different music tastes, how to create ebook or podcast. I also improved my English skills from vocabulary about culture.
In my opinion, this project was really fun and I really enjoyed it. I think the best part was that we were working in groups with the not standards or normal lessons, and exercises were really interesting and helped us develop our knowledge of vocabulary related to culture.
Okay, so this was just a little bit about the project, and coming back to the implementation of strategies that foster metacognition and reflective learning, I'd like to show you a very practical tool, which is a guide that I co-wrote with a friend from Poland, another very renowned teacher, Katarzyna Pelc. And this has been translated into Bahasa Indonesia by Anggi Suharja. So that's where the scenario came from. You can see that there are either 14 chapters in the English version or 11 chapters and either 60 or 30 teaching scenarios in the Bahasa shortened version. It is a guide for teachers on developing metacognition, critical thinking, and reflective learning in their classes. So this is what the printed copy looks like. At the moment, we only have PDF copies available, but we can also print copies for a whole school approach if there is a whole school that would like to implement this. Then we can also support through the customized interactive webinars with that school. Each chapter is divided into the why and the how. So there's an explanation followed by a number of scenarios that can show you how to do it. The shorter version, like I said, has fewer scenarios, but the original has more. And the English version also has a self-reflection built in for the teacher. But also most scenarios include the reflection and questions for reflection for students. So the teachers must turn reflection into a habitual practice after each large assignment to encourage practice and develop those critical thinking skills. Like Professor Basikin said, not just a reflection at the end of the semester. That's not enough. It has to happen over and over and over again. And there is a bibliography for each chapter, and it's an interactive bibliography on the Wakelet app. So how do you implement a proposed scenario? How to embed it into your own lesson plans? That's actually the beauty of the suggested situations, because you can adapt them completely to your needs, to your students' age, and to your subject matter, and they are adaptable to upper elementary, middle school, and even university students. So you can see that there is another scenario here in the deck that you can have a look at. This chapter 1 scenario employs teamwork to prepare the explanation of a concept, peer teaching while explaining the concept, reflective learning after the task, and metacognition, which is that awareness of the learning preferences, styles, and strategies, the comfort zone that students have. So you can implement this into your own lesson, whatever you teach, any concept. So an example objective could be to introduce a new concept or reinforce one that hasn't been mastered yet, or review the hardest task before the exam. So we can deliver that comprehensive professional development support for teachers, especially in schools where there is little opportunity for upskilling of teachers' pedagogy. We can also offer a possible custom live webinar to support entire school. And you will receive links. You don't have to take a screenshot right now, but these are the links for the Meta program and also for the Connected Learning program. You can join a teacher's Facebook group to find partner classes. We have teachers from about 20 countries in that group, and you can begin collaborative learning at any time of the year, and you can also empower students with that authentic language learning. So these are also the links. And to finish off, as a lifelong learner and passionate educator, as you can see, I'm passionate all the way to losing my voice. I am on a mission to transform education by empowering teachers with strategies to help their students become lifelong learners. So I hope that I have been able to inspire you to do this. And please contact me and connect on LinkedIn. I am open to collaboration with schools, universities, and educational institutions at any time. So thank you very much. And well, let's go into questions then.
All right, thank you so much, Beata. Wow, connected learning programs and then Meta, yeah, mastering education through awareness are also very interesting. And I bet, Beata, after your session, many teachers and also lecturers who attend this webinar will also join the community soon. All right, thank you so much for your inspiring presentation, Beata. And then now we'll move to the question and answer session. I'd like to read some questions which have been written in the chat box. Let us see. Okay. Yeah. I'd like to read the first question from Pak Diki Meigalo. Pak Diki, again, yeah, one of the most active participants in this webinar.
Thank you very much.
Not only in the class, but also in the webinar. You are very active.
Yes, you are my lecturer.
Okay. Ms. Mireka, I'm wondering about how can we measure metacognitive awareness in a research? And then how can we measure it in a qualitative research? Yeah, I bet your topic of the research is about it. Is that right, Pak Diki?
Yes, absolutely right. That's right.
Okay. You meet the right person. Okay, Beata, please.
Okay, well, I can tell you one thing, and I actually didn't include this in the presentation, but I have included it in other presentations. I'm sure you're aware of PISA, the test that students in the whole world at the age of 15 take. It is a language test and a math test as well, and all 15-year-olds are tested. And several years ago, I actually had that slide, but I'm trying to recall it from my memory right now. There were I think it may have been in 2016 or 17. The results for the students were also augmented by questions about their mindset for learning, the growth mindset. And it turned out that many students who are able to work independently have a growth mindset, whereas students who do not believe that they can learn had a fixed mindset. And Indonesia was one of those countries where most students, the majority of students, had a fixed mindset. They do not believe that they can learn. They do not believe that learning makes sense for them. They don't see perspectives for them. They don't have a possibility of understanding that they do have potential, that they have the potential for learning within them, and they basically need to change their fixed mindset into a growth mindset. And that growth mindset allows for the cultivation of grit and perseverance. Now, those in turn are connected with metacognition. So it's a kind of a roundabout way of getting to your, to the answer to your question. How can we measure that metacognitive awareness? By asking students questions about their mindset. How do they feel about their learning, perhaps at the beginning of the school year, and throughout the implementation of metacognitive teaching practices, and allowing the students to understand the strategies that they can implement on their own, allowing them to work collaboratively and understand, I am perhaps not the best leader, but I can lead when there is when there is a need. Teachers can experiment. I did that in my classes many times. For example, after several group work activities throughout the semester, perhaps in November, I would change the groups into students who were my slowest and weakest into one group, and all of my leaders into the into another. And it turned out that all of the leaders wanted to lead. and they were not followers. They were unable to change their ways of working in a group, and that gave them that awareness. I need to learn a little bit more to maybe lead less, maybe be a follower when there is a leader who is perhaps a little bit more capable than I am. And in the same way, in that weaker group, somebody had to step up. Somebody had to do the tasks and organize the group. And of course, I was there hovering and facilitating their work. That it was pure heaven. Pure heaven, believe me. And at the end of the semester, when I asked them to reflect and to verify their goals, they were able to do this very well by themselves. And when they compared their own reflections from one of the first projects, and at the end of the school year, because of course I collected that in a portfolio, they were able to see and say, oh my gosh, I learned so much. That's so empowering to be able to see this, to visualize this, to actually have proof. I have learned. This is how I wrote at the beginning. This is how I'm writing right now. Look at that. Look at me, right? And they're thrilled and empowered, and they go into another class to another teacher and say, yes, I can do this. So how to measure that? It's difficult, but it can be done through those reflections, through their understanding of their own strengths and weaknesses and strategies. Does that help?
Thank you. It's really helped.
Yes, Alhamdulillah. Okay, so Pak Diki, I bet that after this you are arranging your instrument of the research and then you'll graduate soon, right? Okay, Beata, one more question, and I hope you can answer it briefly. And then this is from Inda. As someone with extensive experience in TESOL and teaching at international schools,
Oops. I did not hear the question. The microphone died.
Okay, let me repeat. Sorry, Beata. Okay, as someone with extensive experience in TESOL and teaching at international schools, what advice would you give to someone who is pursuing a TESOL certificate and aspire to teach at international school?
Advice, that's a very loaded question. What advice can I give? Be passionate. Be passionate. Be a teacher who is not just teaching English, but is teaching students to become lifelong learners of language. Not just English, but perhaps other languages that they might want to learn in the future. Teach them skills and competences in English. Make the English language learning a joyful experience, a journey that, like I said to Pak Diki, allow them to grow in their mindset, so that that language learning process with you as a teacher is a whole child process that results in a lifelong learner who remembers you as a teacher who helped them achieve their goals in the future as well.
All right. Okay, Beata, I bet that there are still many participants who still want to interactively ask questions to you, but unfortunately the time is over for your session. And then I'm really happy that we can share many things with you today, especially with meta-cognitive awareness and also reflection, critical thinking, which are very important for us as teachers of English. And then before we close our presentation, I'd like to present a certificate of appreciation to you as a token of our gratitude. And then here is the certificate. Wait a second, Beata. Okay. And it might be, and then the certificate will also be sent to you via email after this, Beata. All right, and then after the certificate, I also would like to ask you to take a virtual group photo with the participants. So participants, please, if you are available with your cameras, you may open the cameras. Okay, in count 3, 2, 1, go. All right. Well, thank you very much, Beata, once again. As a wrap up, I bet that we have learned a lot from you about the metacognitive awareness in your session. And then once again, big thank you to Beata and also to all the participants in this webinar. Take care, and I hope to see you all in the next ILEC event. Have a wonderful day, everybody. Thank you, Beata. Thank you, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and bye-bye.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih. Sampai jumpa lagi.
Terima kasih, Beata.
Keren gitu kayak aku. Nggak boleh ngomong gitu. Betanya masih dipin, Pak. Yeah. Well, that was very amazing presentations led by two amazing women. Thank you very much, Beta. Thank you very much, Ibu Isi, for our last session. That was very amazing. Give one more round of applause, everybody. All right, so it clearly deserves one more round of applause. Well, ladies and gentlemen, so now, as I said earlier, that this is going to be our last panel session, but this is not going to be the end of this event because after this, we're going to have a parallel session where we have a lot and amazing presenters coming from 13 different universities all across Indonesia, and the topic are very varied and also very interesting to follow, of course. But before I explain to you about the parallel session, please allow me to address my sincere thank you very much, sincere gratitude to everyone here, especially to all panel speakers who take part in this international webinar, Bapak Willy, Prof. Basikin, Ibu Rima, Ibu Una, dan Ibu Beta. Thank you very much for taking part in this 4th International Language Education Conference 2024. I hope and all we hope that we can collaborate further for the next event. Well, ladies and gentlemen, so now we're approaching to a very, very last session of the panel. So I would like to deliver sincere apology if there is some technical issues and other problems appear during the panel sessions. We also would like to give a high appreciation to those participants who actively contribute to all session, giving questions, giving reaction, which is very magnificently amazing. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I am personally Sharizal, and honored for me to support you during the panel sessions. And I wish that everyone here having an amazing day during the panel sessions. And I also wish we can see you again in the 5th International Language Education Conference in 2025. Applause for everyone in this session, ladies and gentlemen. Well, to sum up, before I closed this part, I would like to have inform you several information related to our parallel session, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so later at 1 o'clock or 1 sharp, we're going to start our parallel session. So everyone here are going to have several minutes to have a pray or to have your lunch, and then you coming back again to this Zoom room, because after that we're going to have several rooms that you can follow. It's actually 4 breakout rooms that you can join, All presenter, please kindly join with the room that you already have from the committee, and then all participants, you may choose in which room that you want to follow. If you have an interesting topic that you want to follow in room A, then go to the room A. Unfortunately, you need to go fast because if the quota is fulfilled, then you cannot join with the room, but you can choose another room, which is also going to have a very interesting topic to talk about. Another thing that also need to be confirmed is that we're going to start at 1, right? So yeah, maybe 5 minutes a little late, but yeah, we're trying to do our best to start at 1 o'clock. And then please, again, don't forget to rename yourself as a presenter or participants. And after this session, we're also going to have a link of your attendance list. Don't forget to fill them up, but this is not for your certificate. Your certificate link will be shared later after the parallel session. So if you not join the parallel, then the certificate link will not be with you. So please join the parallel room so then at the end, you're going to have a certificate of the participants. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the other thing that, for the presenter, be mindful with the link that we have and the room that you already have that we already attached in our book program or our program group. I think that will be all our information for this event. I would like again to say thank you very much for your wonderful collaborations in this event. I am Trisnendri Shahrizal as a Master of Ceremony signing out. May we have an amazing parallel session ahead in a few minutes. I'm leaving. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. See you in the 5th International Language Education Conference 2025. Alright, so hi again Bapak Ibu. So now still seeing me, right? Jadi Bapak Ibu silahkan, kita akan sedikit break dulu. Nanti kita akan mulai lagi jam 1 tepat untuk sesi paralelnya. We're going to have a parallel session at exactly 1 o'clock. So seperti yang tadi saya sudah sampaikan, kalau Bapak Ibu ingin melakukan sholat terlebih dahulu, teman-teman semua silahkan sholat dulu, kemudian menikmati makan siangnya terlebih dahulu. Silahkan menikmati makan siangnya, namun dipastikan nanti pukul 1 sudah berada di Zoom kembali, dan sebetulnya tidak perlu leave dari Zoom ini, teman-teman semua. Kenapa? Karena nanti memang ruangan ini akan digunakan, hanya akan ada breakout room yang nanti secara bebas bisa teman-teman pilih sesuai dengan topik yang teman-teman sukanya sebelah mana nih gitu ya. Namun tadi saya sampaikan bahwa setiap room ini akan ada batas jumlah partisipannya, oke? Jadi sehingga saat ternyata room A-nya sudah penuh, maka teman-teman bisa berpindah ke room yang lain gitu ya. Oke, yes, please silakan sholat terlebih dahulu, makan siang terlebih dahulu, dan tidak perlu leave Zoom ya. Sekali lagi saya ingatkan, tidak perlu leave Zoom, silakan stay di room ini saja, karena nanti seluruh kegiatan paralel pun informasinya akan kami sampaikan melalui Zoom ini, termasuk dengan grup WhatsApp juga, teman-teman. Untuk teman-teman presenter juga boleh bersiap-siap, karena waktunya perform akan segera ya datang, jadi boleh dipersiapkan kembali, nanti akan berkoordinasi dengan host dan moderator ruangan. Nanti akan ada moderator di setiap ruangannya, begitupun juga dengan IT teams yang akan membantu untuk keperluan teman-teman presenter di ruangan nanti. Oke, jika ada pertanyaan boleh di drop di Zoom-nya atau di grup WhatsApp yang memang teman-teman sudah bergabung sebelumnya. Terima kasih banyak, selamat beristirahat dan berjumpa lagi pukul 1.
Selamat datang di program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris Fakultas Pendidikan Bahasa IKIP Siliwangi. Sejak berdiri pada 10 Oktober 1987, program studi kami telah melahirkan alumni yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia dan bahkan di luar negeri. Visi kami adalah mengembangkan pendidikan bahasa Inggris yang unggul dan berdaya saing global. Kami berkomitmen untuk menghasilkan pendidik, peneliti, dan English entrepreneur dengan berbasis English education, English tourism, dan teknologi. Selain KKNI, kami menerapkan kurikulum BMKM berbasis OBE, Outcome Based Education, yang mengintegrasikan berbagai model pembelajaran seperti Problem Based Learning, Project Based Learning, studi kasus, kolaboratif, dan komunikatif. Pembelajaran berbasis ICT juga menjadi bagian penting dari proses belajar mengajar. Program studi kami didukung oleh dosen-dosen berkualifikasi dari dalam dan luar negeri, serta fasilitas yang memadai seperti lab bahasa, lab komputer, ruang multimedia, micro teaching, perpustakaan sarana ibadah, sarana olahraga, gedung perkuliahan, gedung aula, dan masih banyak lagi. Dosen dan mahasiswa kami terus berkarya dan berprestasi di bidang kompetisi dan publikasi ilmiah, menunjukkan komitmen kami terhadap kualitas pendidikan. Lulusan kami tidak hanya berkiprah di bidang pendidikan, tetapi juga di sektor-sektor lain seperti perhotelan, pariwisata, penerjemahan, instansi pemerintahan negeri maupun swasta, dan perusahaan lainnya yang tersebar di dalam maupun luar negeri. Dalam mendukung implementasi kurikulum merdeka, kami mendukung dan memfasilitasi mahasiswa untuk terlibat dalam kegiatan MPKM sebanyak 3 semester kegiatan di luar prodi dengan pengakuan 20 SKS yang diakui untuk setiap kegiatan seperti pertukaran pelajar atau permata, magang atau praktik kerja, asisten mengajar di satuan pendidikan, penelitian atau riset, proyek kemanusiaan, kegiatan wirausaha, studi atau proyek independen dan membangun desa atau kuliah kerja nyata tematik. Selain itu, mahasiswa juga dilibatkan dalam penelitian, pengabdian, dan publikasi dosen. Layanan terhadap mahasiswa sebagai upaya menghasilkan lulusan yang berkualitas, kami menyediakan dosen wali atau dosen pembimbing akademik setiap kelas untuk memantau progres kegiatan akademik maupun non-akademik mahasiswa, kegiatan bimbingan skripsi atau tugas akhir, layanan publikasi jurnal. Kami juga menyediakan kegiatan akademik di luar perkuliahan seperti English Conversation Club, Diklat of ESA, Fun Teaching Training, Debate Training, Public Speaking, Training News Anchor Training, Writing Training, English Storytelling Training, dan masih banyak lagi. Dalam mengoptimalkan capaian pembelajaran, kami juga mengundang dosen dari dalam dan luar negeri dalam kegiatan dosen tamu, melakukan kegiatan seminar internasional.
Program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris lahir, tumbuh, dan berkembang bersama dengan kemajuan dan perkembangan dunia pendidikan yang semakin hari semakin maju. Alhamdulillah, sebagai Ketua Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris di Fakultas Pendidikan Bahasa IKIP Siliwangi, kami bangga dan bersyukur dapat mempersembahkan visi keilmuan kami yang mengembangkan tugas mulia dalam dunia pendidikan tinggi. Visi keilmuan kami adalah mengembangkan pendidikan bahasa Inggris dengan berbasis English education, English tourism, dan teknologi yang unggul dan berdaya saing global dalam menghasilkan pendidik, peneliti, dan English entrepreneur. Kekhasan program studi kami terletak pada 3 pilar utama: English for Education, English Tourism, dan Entrepreneurship. Dengan fokus ini, kami bertekad untuk tidak hanya mencetak pendidikan bahasa Inggris yang inovatif dan berdaya saing global, tetapi juga peneliti pemula yang berkontribusi dalam bidang pendidikan bahasa Inggris. Selain itu, kami juga berkomitmen untuk menghasilkan entrepreneur yang mampu berkiprah dalam konteks pendidikan bahasa Inggris berbasis English Education, English Tourism, dan teknologi. Dalam menjalankan visi keilmuan, kami berusaha keras untuk mencapai tujuan yang telah kami tetapkan, yakni 1. Menghasilkan pendidik bahasa Inggris yang inovatif, unggul, dan berdaya saing global. Yang kedua, menghasilkan peneliti pemula di bidang pendidikan bahasa Inggris yang berkontribusi dalam pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan. Yang ketiga, menghasilkan entrepreneur yang mampu berinovasi dalam pendidikan bahasa Inggris dengan memanfaatkan English education, English tourism, dan teknologi sebagai landasan utama. Kami yakin dengan dukungan dan kerjasama dari semua pihak, program studi ini akan terus berkembang, unggul, dan memberikan kontribusi yang berarti bagi kemajuan pendidikan tinggi di Indonesia.
Perkenalkan, saya Mas Siliwangi, alumni Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris Angkatan 2018. Saat ini saya bekerja sebagai petugas protokol di Sekretariat Jenderal MPR RI.
Saya Eko Wijayanto, SPD, alumni Prodi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris IKIP Siliwangi. Saat ini saya berdinas di Kodam 3 Siliwangi.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Helmi Abdandi. Saya alumni tahun 2017 IKIP Siliwangi, yang saat ini saya sedang bekerja di Australia, yaitu di kota Sydney.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Ridwan, saya alumni dari Prodi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris Angkatan 2020, dan saat ini saya bekerja di Satpel Bina Laras, Dinas Sosial Provinsi Jawa Barat, sebagai koki atau juru.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Nur Arifin Iqbal. Saya merupakan alumni dari Pendidikan Prodi Bahasa Inggris IKIP Siliwangi. Saat ini saya bertugas sebagai ASN K3A di lingkungan Dinas Pendidikan Provinsi Jawa Barat. Lebih tepatnya, bertugas sebagai guru bahasa Inggris bersama anak di 2 pada Larang.
Pengalaman saya di program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris di IPB IKIP Siliwangi sangat berkesan. Saya tidak hanya mendapatkan pengetahuan akademis yang luas, tetapi juga soft skill yang sangat diperlukan di dunia kerja. Dosen-dosen di IKIP Siliwangi sangat peduli dengan perkembangan mahasiswa, memberikan dukungan yang luar biasa baik secara akademis maupun pribadi. Saya merasa program di IKIP Siliwangi benar-benar mempersiapkan saya untuk menjadi insan yang profesional dan berintegritas.
Saya mengucapkan terima kasih pada Prodi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris dan para dosen. Saya bangga menjadi bagian dari Prodi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris. Adapun pengalaman saya di program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris FPB IKIP Siliwangi sangat berkesan. Saya tidak hanya mendapatkan pengetahuan akademis yang luas, tetapi juga soft skill yang sangat diperlukan di dunia kerja. Dosen-dosen di sini sangat peduli dengan perkembangan akademis maupun pribadi. Saya merasa program ini benar-benar mempersiapkan saya untuk menjadi pendidik yang profesional dan berintegritas.
Pada kesempatan ini saya ingin berterima kasih kepada seluruh dosen yang ada di program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris. Ilmu-ilmu yang mulai dari dasar hingga yang paling mendalam itu sangat bermanfaat dan relevan pada dunia kerja saat ini. Jadi saat saya berkuliah di sana sangat nyaman karena dosen-dosen yang baik hati, ramah, dan juga profesional serta lingkungan kuliah yang nyaman membuat saya betah banget untuk kuliah di sana.
Saya mau berterima kasih terhadap Prodi Bahasa Inggris yang selalu mensupport dan membantu saya ketika saya memiliki keluhan dan memberikan solusi yang baik.
Pengalaman saya selama berkuliah di program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris IKIP Siliwangi sangat-sangat berkesan. Selain mendapat pengetahuan di bidang akademis yang luas, saya juga mendapat tambahan soft skill yang sangat berguna untuk penunjang saya dalam dunia bekerja.
Oleh karena itu, saya mengajak semuanya, mari kuliah di Fakultas Pendidikan Bahasa IKIP Siliwangi dan ukir kesuksesan bersama.
Maka daripada itu, bagi teman-teman dan adik-adik sekalian, jangan pernah ragu untuk kuliah di program studi bahasa Inggris IKIP Siliwangi. Sekian dari saya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ayo, jadilah bagian dari program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris IKIP Siliwangi dan raih masa depan cerah bersama kami. Untuk informasi lebih lanjut, kunjungi website kami atau hubungi kontak yang tertera. Terima kasih telah menonton video profil kami. Kami tunggu kehadiran Anda di program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris IKIP Siliwangi.
Mana?
Oh, masuk Pak, masuk Pak. Masuk Pak. Please.
Halo Bapak Ibu. Halo Bapak Ibu. Halo Bapak Ibu.
Hello.
Hi, yes, you can hear me, right?
Yep.
Yep. So I'm noticing that masih ada sekitar 200 di main rooms. Harusnya Bapak Ibu sudah mulai masuk ke breakout room. Jadi silahkan segera bergabung di breakout roomnya. Kalau Bapak Ibu silahkan temukan tombol breakout room di layar zoomnya Bapak Ibu. Kalau tidak ketemu silahkan klik tombol 3 titik itu. Ya, kemudian boleh deh langsung pilih mau masuk ke breakout room yang mana. Ya. Jadi silakan breakout room-nya sudah ada di layar Zoom Bapak Ibu semua. Nah, silakan Bapak Ibu bergabung di room-nya. Yes, Pak Askara sudah mulai berkurang. Ya, silakan Bapak Ibu bergabung di breakout room masing-masing, terutama untuk
breakout room-nya bebas Pak, yang mana pilih?
Bebas, betul. Silakan. Tapi kalau ternyata sudah penuh, maka harus memilih breakout room yang lain yang masih bisa menerima participants seperti itu. Ya. Silahkan Bapak Ibu yang bergabung, yang belum bergabung boleh silahkan bergabung dengan breakout room-nya. Yap, Kang Adam, Ibu Nunung, eh, Ibu Dea, kemudian Bu Rahma, ya, Kang Andri. Silakan teman-teman semua yang masih berada di main room. Sayang banget kalau masih stay di sini karena tidak akan ada presentasi di ruangan ini, gitu ya. Jadi boleh segera bergabung dengan breakout room-nya. Jika teman-teman ada kesulitan untuk bergabung dengan breakout room, boleh disampaikan di main room di sini, atau mau WA committee-nya juga boleh, silakan, atau mau ditanyakan melalui Zoom chat juga silakan. Insya Allah kami akan bantu untuk escort teman-teman biar teman-teman bisa masuk ke breakout room-nya. Oke. Oke, breakout room-nya ada di mana? Ada di layar Zoom-nya, teman-teman. Pak Fedi, nanti apakah di layar Zoom-nya ada tertera tombol breakout room? Ya, kalaupun tidak bisa masuk, nanti kalau yang masih ruangan ini, kami assuming bahwa teman-teman memiliki kesulitan untuk bergabung, nanti akan secara acak kami bantu untuk meng-assign ke breakout room ya. Jadi untuk teman-teman mau teman-teman standby, boleh silakan standby. Nanti akan coba kami bantu untuk assign ya. Terima kasih banyak.
Zina, ya udah kajian kayak gampang. Ya, Pak.
Akang Teteh, again that for those who haven't joined the breakout room, please join the breakout room because we found that there's still more than 70 individual who haven't joined the breakout room. Masih ada sekitar 70 orang lagi lebih yang belum bergabung dengan breakout room dan beberapa breakout room sudah mulai melakukan presentasi. Jadi sayang banget nih kalau kelewat teman-teman ya. Jadi silakan please join the breakout room. Untuk Teh Arin, breakout roomnya ada di mana? Roomnya yang mana aja? Boleh silakan. Nah untuk breakout room tombolnya ada di layar Zoom-nya untuk pilih breakout room yang ada kotak 4. Kalau tidak ada, boleh diklik more-nya dulu, nanti pilih breakout rooms. Kemudian pilih deh mau room 1, 2, 3, atau 4. Begitu Teh Arin, semoga membantu.
Iya.
Bapak Ibu, kami sudah berusaha untuk mengesain Bapak Ibu yang masih di ruangan, tapi perlu Bapak Ibu klik di layarnya. Layar undangan di layar Zoom-nya, mohon bantuan untuk diklik sehingga Bapak Ibu bisa bergabung. Karena di data kami sudah tidak ada perlu lagi yang kami assign, hanya memang Bapak Ibu belum mengklik untuk bergabung dengan breakout room-nya. Silakan Bapak Ibu.
about 16 meetings. The first is about Suggestopedia. So in this strategy, the strategy has been applied for all meetings. Menurut aku.
with the most user TikTok with 116 million users in Indonesia. TikTok can give more motivation to students and enables them to learn independently and flexibly because certain PGSD study program have little bit more time to study of English. Okay, next. The aims of the research is show the potential of the FCP feature in the TikTok application to improve vocab skills and contributing to the use of technological advance to improve English language skill. For the method, we use qualitative approach and the data is 15 PhD student of UMKABA or Universitas Muhammadiyah Kendal Batang. And we use pretest and post-test. And after we do pretest, we do to follow some account TikTok with the tutorial of English study. And after that, we use interview. And limitation in the Universitas Muhammadiyah Kendal Batang and PhD study program. This is the result of the score of pretest and post-test. We can look some different score about the pretest and post-test. And the score improvement. Average the pretest score. Student had a average pretest score of 53.6, indicating a low point vocabulary comprehension before the intervention. While average post-test score after using FYP TikTok is 75.33. This indicates a significant improvement in student vocabulary.
They use boxing situations in their English class.
works. Sorry, it seems that I have a problem with the connection. Is that correct?
Sorry. Yeah, there's a little problem with the moderator, sir. You say something?
Sorry, I thought that I have a problem with the connection. No, can you hear my voice?
Yeah, it's loud and clear, sir. No problem at all.
Okay, thank you. And then for the conclusion, peer assessment has considerable promise for improving learning and cultivating critical thinking abilities. Nevertheless, its effective application necessitates thoughtful examination of pre-service teachers' perception, obstacles, and suggested strategies. By handling pre-service teachers' issues, offering clear guidelines and assessment criteria, encouraging transparent communication, and investigating creative methods, educators can fully leverage the benefits of peer assessment to foster a more enriching and impactful learning atmosphere. Okay, I think that's all for my presentation. Thank you.
You are very much welcome, Bapak Zainul. Okay, so sorry before that I have a trouble also in the connection, but thankfully I'm here right now. So, ladies and gentlemen, all presenters in this parallel session have already delivered their amazing presentation. Now we've come to a question and answer session. I'd like to have question from the participants, please. And please write it in the chat.
Nama hostnya aja.
Oke, baik. Mohon maaf. Mohon maaf atas gangguan barusan. Sepertinya memang sedang tidak sengaja terpencet ya. Oke, Miss Feria, is it enough?
Enough, thank you, Miss.
Yeah, I'm so sorry I cannot hear your voice. Yep, thank you so much for the presenters of this session, Miss Berita, Miss Firial, Miss Anissa, and Miss Kurniasi. Now let's come to the next session. Session is for question and answer session. Sorry, you may write down your question on the chat box, or you may, of course,
All right, hello. I'm really sorry for the inconvenience. So I heard from the committee that this room is only for the photo session left. So please allow me to lead for the photo sessions, Bapak Ibu. So yeah, give me a moment. So if you can turn your camera on, please turn your camera on, especially for the presenters. Or maybe let presenters, can you please raise your hand so I can highlight you in the front? Using a Zoom application, of course. Using Zoom applications. Using a reaction raise hand. Yes. So I can see like everyone here on the top tier for the... Yes, thank you, Pak Madia. Thank you, Bu Dewi, as a presenter. Pak Zainul, please, and the others. Yeah, Budini also, can you please raise your hand so that presenter can be in the top tier of the screen. Okay. So let's start. Taking a photo on my count. There will be 1, 2, 3. Yes. Okay. All right, so the other, taking a photo for, 1, 2, 3. Okay, I think that will be it for everyone. So on the behalf of the moderators and the IT in room 2, we would like to deliver our highest gratitude. Thank you very much for the amazing presentation. I'm sorry I cannot make camera on since that this is a general host. We already cut off the camera, so we're really sorry for the inconvenience. Thank you very much, Pak Madia, Ibu Dwi, Budini, and all presenters who present your work in our ILEC. So highest appreciation for us. And then for this certificate. Okay, and the certificate link, for sure we're going to share you in the chat, and we have already did that. So thank you very much, Bapak Ibu. See you. I hope that we can see you again in the 5th International Language Education Conference 2025. Thank you very much. And yes, if you finish, you may leave the room. Thank you very much, Bapak Ibu.
Here in the room 1, as you can ask questions regarding intercultural literacy or either TikTok or karaoke, and then about curriculum analysis. Yes, please. Okay, we have one question here.
Yes, akan kata Bapak Ibu semua, everything is wrapped in this room. So if you have another activity to join, you may leave the Zoom. Thank you very much, and see you for the next highlight.
We can make the students in role play, and then they can, like, if you are a government, what would you like to do to solve this problem? If you are the students, what would you like to do? If you are the persons who throw this garbage, what would you like to do? So by combining maybe some methods, some media, or in some modes, yeah, we expect, we expect that the students can create, and create and think and find the solution. So I think, how do we know that the students can improve their critical thinking from those media? I think by the implementations of media content to the reality. That's what I think, and we hope that worked. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Asmita, for the great and wonderful answer, and also Bapak Agung Wibisono. Bapak dan Ibu, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we finally come to the
developing the curriculums, and teachers, should
I know six girls.
Oh, that would be great. It's fine.
Yeah, that's
Bapak dan Ibu, Bapak dan Ibu, the Zoom meeting will be end for just 2 minutes. So, thank you very much.
Waalaikumsalam.
Terima kasih banyak Bapak dan Ibu. Terima kasih Bu
Waalaikumsalam
Berita,
warahmatullahi
terima kasih Teh
wabarakatuh.
Virial, terima kasih Teh Anissa, terima kasih Teh Kurniasi.
Copy linknya dulu. Terima
Langsung live
kasih,
ya,
Miss.
Mbak? Ibu.
Terima kasih banyak. Kenapa Bu?
Langsung live atau bagaimana?
Silakan ini diakses
Ya?
linknya,
Iya,
diakses linknya
diakses
untuk
dulu ya.
mendapatkan sertifikat. Iya, untuk presenter sudah ada di dalam Google Drive-nya, bisa langsung diakses di situ dan di-download. Kemudian untuk partisipannya itu mengisi dulu attendance list-nya. Ya, semua partisipan silakan dulu diisi attendance listnya. Kemudian nanti akan ada sertifikat menyusul setelah pengisian attendance list ya. Bagi yang tidak ada namanya, nanti silakan bisa menghubungi
steps, because if we simply forbid them to do something, the more we forbid, the more they are curious about something. So they would be, based on my experience when I was younger, actually it was like that. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Because everyone here probably doom scrolling on their phones every day. Basically, we will see that eventually. Okay, thank you for adding that. Okay, so we have I think 2 more questions. Perhaps 2 more questions. We have 2 more questions. I think we have time for 2 more questions. The first question, what is the difference between teaching philosophy and educational philosophy? And then also, do you think ELSA is better than traditional pronunciation classes? Why or why not? Okay, but teaching philosophy and educational philosophy can be answered by any of the presenters. And ELSA may be answered by Bapak Yadi regarding his research result. Okay, thank you. You may answer the questions.
Okay, check. Is my voice audible enough?
Crystal clear.
Yes.
Okay, so as I read from the chat box that this is about Elsa actually. You think Elsa is better than traditional pronunciation classes? Why or why not? So I'm not gonna give my response to difference between teaching philosophy and educational philosophy. Maybe the first presenters can respond to that questions. So actually, Elsa Speaks is a freemium. But we know that terms, right? Freemium, which means that there is kind of in-app purchase. We can access the whole the premium access of Elsa by paying some kind amount of money. So is it any better in pronunciation class? Actually, for those who solitude learners, lonely learners, for example, if you want to pay the amounts of money that Elsa asked, this is because this is a premium application. As my research learns that it is a good application, including the AI. Although we can take a resource like a Gemini, like a Copilot, Gemini Live. We can practice our pronunciation just like that. But it is something matter in my research for the next maybe for the 5th ILEC, for example. And actually, there is kind of proverb. I do not know it is a proverb or not. Ketika kita belajar sendiri, maka gurunya adalah setan. It is actually applicable to learning English. As my my personal experience, when I encourage my students to learn English from video game, the students tend to get the bad thing from the game, especially from Grand Theft Auto. Maybe some of you knows that it's GTA, the bad words from GTA. So actually, the role of the teachers is still essential in this the ELSA speak application. So we cannot just ignore the teachers. The actual teachers is still better than just an AIs or the application. So we still need teachers. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the last question, what is the difference between teaching philosophy and educational philosophy? Perhaps any presenters would like to answer that question?
Allow me to share my insight through the question that about which one is it? The difference between teaching philosophy and educational philosophy. Okay, according to my understanding that teaching philosophy is dealing with the teacher's thought. Yeah, he knows, or he or she, as the teacher knows and understand about the methodology on teaching, and then teacher has also their belief in teaching. That is why what is called by teaching philosophy, and then educational philosophy. It is actually broader than the teaching philosophy, where it is dealing with the society belief in education, and then of course it is dealing also with the government policy, in which they are considered with the theoretical foundation that they used to create in their in their policy actually. Okay, maybe that's all. Maybe another presenter can add something, please.
Okay, is there any other presenter who would like to add or response?
Can I add something, Miss?
Sure, you may.
Okay, maybe for the question what is the difference between teaching philosophy and then the educational philosophy? I would like to highlight the first one, that is the scope itself from educational and then the teaching itself. Why? Because this keyword have a different meaning, ladies and gentlemen. The scope itself, that is for teaching philosophy, more what is that more specific, focusing on how the teacher teach their students. It can be the method model or etc. Can be media or anything. So that is more specific for teaching philosophy, but for educational, the scope more wider because covered theory, and of course it can be what if that include the policy from the government, like from ministry. I think only that from me for what is that the difference between teaching philosophy and educational philosophy if we see from the scope itself. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Is there any presenters who would like to add a response? Okay, I think it's probably enough and already answer everyone's question. Okay, so excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we finally came to the end part of this seminar. So before we are closing this seminar, I'd like to inform you to please fill in the link. So check the link at the chat box. And then thank you so much for your attention, and hopefully we'll see each other at the 5th ILEC 2025. Okay, so don't forget to keep improving our knowledge, since we are all scholars here at this room one. So good afternoon and thank you. And before we leave the room, maybe we can check documentation first. Bu Lilis, maybe we can take documentation first.
Yes, please. Okay, smiles. Okay, 1, 2, 3, go. The first slide because we still have like 3 slides here. So for the first slide, okay, let's take the pictures. 1, 2, 3, go. Okay, and then for the second slide, 1, 2, 3, go. Okay, and then for the last slide, okay, off cam, but it's okay. Let's take the pictures. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for your participation and the very, very amazing presentation. So we learned a lot today. Thank you and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for presenter.
Thank you for presenter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for all the presenters.
Thank you.
And then all the participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miss.
Yeah, see you next year's.